Check, check, checkity, check, check, check. All right. Well, it is a good morning. Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday before Turkey Day in America. All right. So, welcome, everyone. Hope everyone had a good night's rest. For those overseas, I hope your day is going by very quickly and you're ready for New York Open in the New York Eastern time now. Let's go take a look at the charts. Hey, Trader Bill, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing, buddy? Glad to have you here. Let's take a look at the charts and see what we've got today. All right, so let's go over here. Today we've got the unemployment claims at 8:30 a.m. I came in a little bit later than I wanted to today. I wanted to come in for the 7 o'clock open, but I stayed up a little bit too late last night and was not able to make it. So let's take a look at see what happened here. So we all see NVIDIA's opening here, and we kind of see how in Asia we kind of like created this low. We revisited that same exact low, but we weren't able to exactly hit that. We stopped one tick above that. So this has created relative equal lows right at the midpoint of this wick on that NVIDIA wick. This leads me to believe that one, either we take some liquidity to the on the upside, and then we just leave this all the way open and we continue higher. Another scenario could be that we take a look at, maybe we reject this hourly order block, or maybe we go above this buy side and create relative equal highs, head back down, take relative equal lows, and then head all the way back up again. I think that's a possibility. We have not created a lower low on the higher time frames, right? So looking at the daily from our review last night, looking at the daily, and we're going to zoom out a little bit so we can see a little bit more of this. So this is the daily chart, right? We see that we pretty much had this bullish order block here, new week opening gap, and we've kind of like since went up, took out buy side here, barely touched the volume imbalance on the daily. So there's still room for us to trade up to there. And above us, we have a couple of things here. So we have a previous wick consequent encroachment that I would like to see us, maybe that would be like the highest I would like to see us go. Because if we go any higher, then we'll have to also reach this 3-month premium short-term high. And if we go above that, well, I think that constitutes movement to the upside even further, potentially into all-time highs. Knowing November and December are generally bullish months, I think that's definitely a plausible solution. Price can go as high as this weekly imbalance before rejecting back down. So we're keeping this in mind, that while we are macro bearish, I mean, price tells the story, right? The bodies of price tell the story, and the bodies have been nonstop moving upwards since October 27th. So And that's a very, very meteoric rise. Um, when we get to the sell side portion of that, it's going to be a fantastic sell side portion. But until that point, until we see a higher time frame, like until we see evidence that we're going to create, you know, low, high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, until we see evidence of a lower low on the daily chart at least, then we're not going to think that we're going to go bearish yet. So word to the wise there. Let's go take this off and take a look at, actually we can keep this on for now. Yeah, let's keep this on for now and then I'll just maximize. All right, so let's go down to a 4-hour chart. Kirk, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. How'd you sleep? You sleep well? Hope you did. Okay. Let's do something here. Let's give us a little bit more room on the hourly, but keep it a little smooth. There we go. Okay, so on the 4-hour chart, we see that we visited this low here, this short term, this buy side imbalance, and we left this buy side imbalance open. I like that. If we're bullish, if we're trending bullish, I like seeing that because this can serve as a breakaway gap, and this fair value gap got respected there. Currently, we are going to fill in this this portion of this fair value gap. I do believe we're going to run for this 16122.50 because we're still in that volume imbalance area. So that's what I'm looking for today. I think we have right where price is at right now. We're seeing a little bit of a pullback. There are some 15-minute bullish order blocks to watch out for. Let me mark those real quick. Bullish order block. We want a black solid line. So when we're down on the 15-minute, I'll point it out, but I guess I should point it out right now. So over here, there's a bullish order block here, here, here. We already touched that one. Here, this one's untouched. This one was traded to, and then continuation there. So we can trade down to that before we consider taking out a previous New York, kind of like a short-term high, as we head towards 16122.50. So yeah, I mean, on the higher time frames and medium time frames, again, we have not formed a lower low. I do not see evidence of a lower low yet, so we will continue to watch and observe and see what happens here. Let me try and set that up properly. What else do we see today? Let me so on this 4-hour chart, there's not too much else here. It's pretty much the same stuff over here. Let's take a look over to the left side though, see if we can see anything different. So 4-hour is the same as the daily volume imbalance, so that checks out. There's a high back here. There's a 4-hour short-term high. We've already traded to it and past it, so we don't need to refer to that anymore right this moment. We have price action that is closer by that we can refer to. So this same daily wick, it's fine. This same 3-monthly short-term high, that's fine. So those are some targets to the upside for sure. And then here in the 1-hour chart, let me blow this up a little bit. Okay, so we want to keep this part a little bit. Let's blow this portion up a little bit. So we can kind of see that there was a hourly fair value gap. We traded to it. I might actually remove this, honestly, just because there's a daily wick up here, and it's not serving a huge amount. It's not like it hasn't been traded to yet. So I'm going to remove this 1 hour SIBI, and we'll just refer to the daily consequent encroachment of that wick, that purple dotted line here. On the daily chart, that's a wick up, and so we want to refer to that accordingly. So let's see. We can move all these over. Okay. On the hourly, again, there's nothing here. We've already traded to this and this daily this daily volume imbalance. It happens to be a volume imbalance on the 4 hour and on the hour. So we're going to keep that in mind. We have only traded to it briefly, right? We've only traded to it and touched it. So that leads me to believe that we will at the very least trade through it, maybe trade back a little bit, and then treat it. I would like to see it treat it as a inversion fair value gap once we traded up through it, but we need to trade both ways. So up through it and then back down. So I do like that 16,122.50. This high here, I do like that. I think we will see if we can nab that today and then head up to that wick, that daily wick consequent encroachment. So that's going to be what my bias is today. We do see a couple hourly fair value gaps here. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. So I see two of them. Let's take a look at currently what this looks like here. Okay. So this price movement probably hasn't finished its swing yet, but we see this fair value gap on the hourly. And we see this fair value gap a little bit further down, neither of which line up with this bearish or with this bullish order block down here, although that does line up with the previous upwick consequent encroachment. So let's move this away and go back to the daily on that chart. So yeah, I mean, pretty much we're all just waiting for the 8:30 a.m. news, and we'll see what that news brings. Unemployment claims typically is a pretty sizable move, so we'll see. Hoping to be done today by 11 o'clock, 11:30, and I'll probably leave the afternoon to whatever the afternoon wants to do. We see a little short-term market shift here. Again, I want to see it go down to that 15-minute bullish order block, because there's also, and let me point this out here on the 15-minute. Within that order block, there's another buy side imbalance here, if you can see that. And that to me is interesting. It lines up very closely with the bullish order block. So those two confluences, while there's only two confluences, and we are in quite a bit of a premium, I think we've already achieved Asia's high, we've already achieved London's high, and we've already failed to break Asia's low. So I like where we're at right now. Since there's no order blocks on the hourly, we look down to the 15-minute to see if we can find something here. And we use the hourly to identify some of the levels that we'll potentially achieve. Try to keep this as visible as possible on the hourly. Okay. And those two black lines, that's where the new week opened. That's a new week opening gap. And of course, I am tracking the current new real-time hour opening range settlement high. We have actually dug into the previous one. So this was the old opening range settlement high and low over here. And what's happened is that we have pretty much gone into the previous, like we're gonna, let me show you on the real-time hour to say, Markovich, good morning, how are you doing? So I want to show you the real-time hour chart here, right? So yesterday we had this opening range gap here. Today, price is at 16,050 already. It's up here, roughly, right? You can kind of see that pink line over here. That's this same pink line. It's moving around based on the price, right? So wherever this opens at 9:30, if this opens even higher, that means we'll have two real-time hour gaps to be watching out for. That I think is very interesting. To leave two liquidity voids like that would be unprecedented. Price for sure would need to head back down there. Looks like the 15-minute just filled in the fair value gap and is heading higher right now. That's interesting. I would have expected it to go a little bit lower first, but maybe it's very bullish then. So on the real-time hour chart, depending on where we open up, we might have a gap from down here's close to the real-time hour chart's high. So we're going to watch for that and see what forms, but that will form potentially a liquidity void beneath us. Within another liquidity void. So that's going to be a nice draw to the downside at some point. But again, we don't fight the trend. We don't try to choose the top in a bullish tendency run because it can just keep on going. So we will continue to look for trend upwards until we see true evidence on the higher time frames that we are indeed switching. Phoenix ABS, good morning. Appreciate you. Like and support, yeah. Any like, any like on the stream really helps out. But I'm just glad to have you here. I'm glad to be able to talk price action, be blessed with a paid time off day. I'm wanting to live trade, so I want to make sure I get this set up. Yeah, it doesn't look like it went down to any of the lower time frame order blocks either. It definitely did on a lower time frame, but that's like a little too low. Let's see. Markovich, pretty good. I've been trading during London sessions this week. Awesome. Due to the 3-day work week, I've been really busy with work. Yeah, tell me about it, man. I had to take today off so I can come trade with everybody here. So let's see where 8:30 a.m. takes us. We're in a premium now. We have come to a nice little space here. Let me see what this retracement was. Okay, so we've retraced to roughly 61%. 70% of the swing downwards. So I would be curious if we continue upwards and nail this hourly order block before we head down to potentially take out the relative equal lows here. I'm disregarding the Nvidia spike. That's just you know, that's like a news event spike. You don't really refer to those. You look at the candles to see where what are the candles? What story are the candles telling us, right? So I think it would be interesting if we took if we had price go up to that hourly order block and then come back down, maybe pick up some more orders at the volume imbalance high, and then head back up to take out the 16,122 Asia high. That's what I'm looking for. I was thinking, I was talking with a few other traders, and they were looking at the fact that as we wait here, they were looking at the fact that Apex trader funding. So, if anyone's been following me, then you know that that I use Apex to do funded trading. So I know that Apex is still running their 90% off evaluations. Don't buy these unless you are truly ready. You have your models down. You've back tested, months, 3 to 6 months at least, and you're ready to live trade or at least trade on demo here. You can always use this to trade on demo for sure. But I was talking to some people who have many performance accounts like I do, and what was an interesting strategy that they do, but they also have the money to do, is that they keep extra performance accounts. You can have only 20, but they keep like extra evaluation accounts on standby, kind of like on retainer at 6 days, and they keep paying them monthly just in case they fail something. They can have accounts on retainer to go. I would not recommend doing that if you don't have the spare cash, but I thought that was kind of funny. Phoenix ABS 16,122 high from today. Yeah, that's actually a high from yesterday's Asia session. If you look over here, within that daily volume imbalance, there's a high from yesterday's session up here in Asia. That's where we rejected from the daily volume imbalance. So I do think that we need to head up there to pick up a few more orders. So I think that is my main objective for today. We can certainly go down first. There's a few fair value gaps on the hourly. There's that fair value gap on the hourly whose midpoint is the volume imbalance high. So there's this daily volume imbalance, right? This gray box here. I'm noticing that the high here is roughly at the midpoint of this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So I'm going to refer to that as this is now a balanced price range. We've seen price trade down through it. We've seen price trade up through it. So that particular volume imbalance is a balanced price range now. What isn't a balanced price range is the volume imbalance up here. We haven't traded to it and through it, but we have respected this volume imbalance down here. So that's what I'm looking for today. I'm not bearish. We haven't seen a break of market structure, or a market structure shift on the higher time frames. We haven't seen a lower low yet, so I'm not bearish yet. I'm going to continue on with this trend and see where this goes. So I'm going to see there's not really much merit to taking this 15-minute bullish order block. I'm just noting that that is an area where price potentially could go to, which has not been referred to yet. There are other ones further down that are probably a little bit more reasonable to refer to. I would say this one here. I like this one more. I like that I would like for us to come back down into that one if we're going to come down to one, because it's within this hourly fair value gap. There's a 15-minute bullish order block here. We haven't traded to this order block yet. Technically, there's one further down in this area that we could potentially target that's even in more of a discount. Ultimately, with this one here being the main discount bullish order block type combo. But the thing is way down there, there's nothing really on the hourly that says, hey, I can go down there. There is a little one here, that little fair value gap here. I see that low and that high, but there's no corresponding bullish order block that's around that area. There is on the 15-minute, but there's no 15-minute fair value gap there. Whereas up here, there is a fair value gap. There is a 15-minute bullish order block. There also is a volume imbalance, which we've traded to and through. So for all those reasons, I like this 15-minute bullish order block better than this one up here. But nevertheless, I will mark it. Oops, what happened here? Let me grab it here. We'll mark this one. And we will also mark that here. Bentahar, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Now we wait. 8:30 a.m. is where the fireworks happen. Nothing else to do but wait. All right. All right. So no trades yet. Nothing high probability. Okay. It's great getting to trade with everyone here. Nine watching, 4 likes. Wow. Yeah, for everyone who's watching here, really appreciate having you here. It means a lot to me to be able to have the privilege of being able to stream here. I'm a student of Inner Circle Trader, so you'll see a lot of ICT concepts here, but it doesn't matter if you trade Bollinger Bands, EMA crossovers, MACD. If you go by Ichimoku clouds and Heikin-Ashi candles. I've studied all of it, and inner circle trader or Michael Huddleston's logics seem to resonate with me the most. It doesn't have to resonate with you, but it is something that I find interesting and makes sense. So let's give the hourly a little bit more room so we can see a little bit more. Okay. All right, let's see. Move all these over so I can see them. Okay, so we were retracing into this 60, 70% optimal trade entry area. I don't foresee us, it doesn't look like it's wanting to retrace at all. It looks like it's just moving on up. Phoenix, would you go over the apex again? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So let's go. I always go from my YouTube channel because that's where the link works already. So while we wait for 8:30 a.m. in 10 minutes or so, so there's a few options, right? So the three things that you have to consider here. One is the cost of it. Two is the number of contracts that this gives you access to. And three, what's your goal? What's the profit goal for you that you need to hit? And what's, I guess, technically the trailing drawdown that you want to keep in mind. So if you remember my risk management video, so if everyone's seen that already, the risk management videos in this new futures how-to list, and there's this funded account risk management, or even how to pass evaluation accounts and strategy. I think I talk about that a little bit there too, but for you to consider the correct account size, it just depends on how disciplined you are in maintaining a 1% risk parameter. So these 50K accounts are 150K accounts. You don't actually have 150K to work with. You only have the trailing drawdown to work with. So minus 5,000, that's your actual account size, because if you lose 5,000, you blow the account, right? So with 50Ks, 1% is like 1 micro. With 150Ks, 1% is 2 micros. If you're going by proper risk management, you can certainly pass these quicker with poor risk management on the evaluations, but that also, you better make sure that you have a firm strategy to pass the performance later on, because you don't want to be risking something like that. So what's a better choice? I personally enjoy the 50K or 25Ks in the beginning when you have these 90% off sales. One, because they're very cheap, relatively cheap, I would say. I know it's not cheap for everybody, but this 50K turns out to be what, $17, $19 or something like that. And I would not bother with the 150Ks until you feel confident trading. All of my accounts on this specific account, they're all 50Ks, because one, it's cheap. Two, it's easy to manage. Three, I'm good with risk management, so I know my trailing drawdown level is 2,500, so I risk down before I build up enough buffer. And then there's no need to size up until you have like plenty of buffer in your lower accounts here that can pay for a 300K or 150K account. So I stick with the 50Ks, but if you feel more confident with it, just note that the profit goal is just a little bit higher on these, right? $3,000 profit goal takes a lot less time to get to the performance account than a $9,000 profit goal does. And same with the 20,000 profit goal. It just takes a little bit longer to get there with proper risk management. So that is so that's what I would recommend there. And let's go back to the charts. Markovich. Hey Johnny, do you also utilize the OTC fib strategies? Markovich, what is OTC? What does that mean? I don't know what that acronym means. I use ICT's optimal trade entry, OTE, if that's the same thing that you're talking about. I definitely do use that. Ooh, we see some movement up. I'm seeing a little bit of movement up into this rejection block here. Okay. So we rejected from there. So I'm looking for price to reach specific levels. I want to see if we reach that hourly bearish order block first. About 5 minutes till news. Yep, correct. Yeah, Markovich, I do use optimal trade entry on with the Fibonacci charts. And they're definitely very helpful. That's another model in itself, waiting for optimal trade entry before you look for your setup. Move some of this over. Here's my real-time hour chart. Okay, current real-time hour price is at 16,060. So that is pretty close by. Again, I have no trades. I want to see what happens. What does this news? Don't trade the news if you can help it. It's likely to spike up and down one particular direction. It's likely to take out a few of the local highs and lows that are nearby. Yeah, Phoenix. Anytime, and if you have any questions, feel free to drop them here. I'm debating if it's worth my time to keep extra accounts around. But I think right now my risk management's pretty good, so I'm okay with not keeping other accounts on retainer. I kind of just treat the I think I treat the 19 or 17 accounts right now because I blew 2 of them. I think a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago maybe. So I have 2 on retainer that are waiting to be passed, and then I will transition those to performance. Oh, let's see if they're on day 3. Today's day 4. So end of Wednesday, day 4. Thursday, day 5. Friday, day 6. So I'll pass them on Monday next week, and then I'll have 19 performance accounts that I'll be trading again. All right. But yeah, let's see what else we got going on. So today, 10 o'clock a.m., there's revised UoM consumer sentiment, 10:30 crude oil inventories. That doesn't apply to NASDAQ very much. 12 o'clock natural gas storage, very little effect. All right, a little over a minute until news. We should see some faster accelerated movement soon, and then we'll see where price decides to go. So what we want to look for is what kind of gaps are left in the wake of this, you know? In whatever movement occurs, what's going to happen here? I'm looking to see if it hits this hourly order block and then rejects, or if it just continues going all the way up. So we'll see. Okay, we've got news out. We went and took sell side. We've taken sell side again. And it's currently being supported. So we've taken 2 sell side areas, 3 sell side. It's kind of like being supported in this area for now. We do see it still keeps seeing some lower lows on the lower time frames. And I haven't seen proof that will return back to the upside just yet, but this might be. So it went and took out a handful of things there. It left a couple of things open, but I'm not seeing a lower low there. Not yet, at least. So look at the bodies of these candles here. This is a low risk long. We're gonna put our stop pretty close. Oh, oops, I'm on the wrong. I definitely only went in on one account here. Let's go on 18. Let's make sure all these are set up properly because they are not. And let's make sure all my accounts are set up here. So we took sell side there. And we want to see if we head any further or is that sufficient. Basically, we took out all sell side all local sell side there, and are starting to see a little creep upwards. And it's probably going to take out anyone who went short during that run. So keep in mind, we have not touched the hourly order block yet. We have no hourly order blocks to refer to. We've got fair value gap to refer to here and here. And we have not achieved either of those. Not yet, at least. So we wait. And even that, for unemployment claims, that was a pretty muted response. About 16,070 down to 40-ish, not even, less than that. So it's only a movement about 30 points, so nothing too crazy. Bentahar price is going up. Well, my bias today is I would like to see 16,122.50 taken, but I need to see evidence that we will continue at this high of a premium. Technically, there's another bullish order block that we traded through right there. Let's see if I can grab this and duplicate this. So 15-minute order block here, which it actually traded through, so I don't think it's respected it. So I don't anticipate this respecting this order block. On the 15-minute, you gotta see it here. Let's see where it closes. If it closes above it, then potentially. Let's see. I don't know how long that'll hold, but yeah, so far, I mean, sell side was taken there. We hit a 3-month rejection block again. So, I mean, that's a strong level, right? So price is gonna refer to that. We're gonna need some push if we're gonna see higher prices. We've already gone up quite a bit since London. Keep that in mind. So we are very much in a premium right now. Let's see from the swing high, the swing low. Yeah, 50% mark would put us right at this lower order block. So I think in the short term, I'm looking lower before we go higher. So I would like for us to see us to get down to 1600, 16,006-ish level. That would be ideal for me. but we are patient. We saw that price is willing to take those sell side liquidities and bounce back up. So we are not going to go long or short anytime soon because we need to see if we're going to go short, I need to see displacement. I need to see like if you could imagine these two black candles, but like the top of that candle starting around here. That's what I would look for in terms of displacement lower. Right now we have not displaced lower, so even though I want and think price will retrace first before we make the next move up, I am also weary. I do not want to be shorting when there's so much buying going on. That doesn't seem like very high probability plays, right? So I don't know. I think I'm gonna go maybe eat breakfast or something. I just wanted to make sure we watched what happened at 8:30 a.m. I definitely need to get some food, so I am going to wait until 9:30 a.m. open for something to happen then, and I'll be back in about a little bit before open. Okay, so be back shortly. Let me drop this over here as well. Drop a notepad here. Okay, so yep, just watch for now, Bentahar. Yep, you got the right idea. Yes, the price might move from now until 9:30 open. It's very possible for it to move, and I might miss it, but that's okay with me. I know there's gonna be other trades later, so um, I call you via chat. Phoenix. I think that yeah, absolutely. I'll be here. So, all right, I'm gonna go eat some breakfast. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay? Talk soon. All right, we are back. Stock Trader OO, good morning, good morning. Good to have you here, brother. How are you doing? All right, we are back. Looks like we got to that bearish order block area. Huh. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. All right. All right. Good, good. So it looks like taking of that sell stops was the right move. Actually, give me one moment. I'm gonna hit the restroom before I get started here today. So give me one moment. Be right back. Nature calls. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna be eyeing 16,094. Let's call it a short-term high. And then, of course, we have buy side there. All right, I am back. Let's see what we got going on. Okay. All right, so we rejected off of that 1 hour bearish order block from before, but we haven't seen displacement lower. So on the 5 minute, we keep on creeping upwards. 15 minute looks like, yeah, it closed at that order block and respected it. 16094 buy side. Need to see what happens at open. Since we do have this rejection off this hourly, but it's not a insanely strong one by any means. I do see a 1 minute short-term low broken there, but not by much. So need to see what happens at open. Again, as a reminder today, there's revised UoM consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock in the morning, so we'll be keeping our eyes out for that as well. We are at a 3-month rejection block. All right, here we go. About 14 minutes before. Only see lower time frame movement so far. Nothing insanely indicative of true displacement lower. And this is getting close to it. If I can get a close on this. I don't see any really big wicks down on the really low time frames, but I do see them on the 1 minute, which means I think we would need to trade back up to that point first before we do anything. The most obvious short-term low that I would be looking for would be here. And we want to see what happens at open. The current opening range settlement high, 16,058. Somewhere around here. So that is still accurate, roughly. So at open, we'll see how that changes. We headed down to, actually, is that a 5-minute order block? Let me see. I think that was just about a 5-minute order block there. Ah, missed it. Yeah, it was. So we went down to a 5-minute order block, and bounced off of that. We're seeing some nice big black candles here on the lower time frame. So we'll see. We'll see how many of these get respected. Take this away for now. I want to see us move, if we are to move lower first, I would like for us to see a movement below this short-term low here, or maybe a take of this high now that I'm seeing this here. I would like to see if we can maybe let's make this a buy side liquidity here. I like to have these key points marked out. This is a high of 16079.25. So let's mark that out. This is kind of like morning, kind of like pre-open buy side liquidity. And then, of course, down here, pre-open sell side liquidity. Okay, so now we wait. What we want to do is we want to see, price has been heading upwards. It has respected, for the most part, each of these order blocks here. So you kind of see that this order block was respected just now as well, right there. 5-minute order block. Right there. You can see how price bounced right off of that order block there. So that leads me to believe we are headed higher, but I don't know. Let's see, price continues upwards. Got this order block there. And this Fibonacci, I'm going to remove this Fibonacci for now. No fair value gaps here, liquidity void, mitigation blocks, it's all there. Bearish order block is here. So far, no lower lows created. That movement up from that low to where we are now, that's about 10 points. Taking just the model of using a bullish order block in a trending market. So that can serve as temporarily, that can serve as small scalp opportunities there, but we are at an hourly bearish order block here. Let me see if I can shift this over here. Have that. I wish these would. I wish things on NinjaTrader that span across charts could be closer to the actual time frame, but it is what it is. Okay, so we want to see either price take this out, this pre-open sell side liquidity out, or I'm going to remove this because I see relative equal lows here as well. If you can kind of notice here and here. So I would like to see if we are to continue upwards. There's obviously this Asia 16122.50 is something we would be aiming for. I would love for us to see a Judas swing lower first to take out this area of liquidity, but I don't know if we'll get that. Cooper, I would need to translate that. Let me see. Where are you? 你在哪里? So I am in Ohio of United States of America. How about you, Cooper? 我也可以讲中文，但是这是 mostly 英文的人. It's mostly US people, right? So I'm gonna keep it English instead of Chinese. Yes, Cooper, I am in the States. Should come by the States. Lots of cool stuff here. I would love to visit China. I would love to visit Shanghai and eat all the good food. CEZ, hello. We're waiting for New York Open right now before we take a trade. We want to either see evidence of taking buy side first and then heading back downwards in the short term, in the intraday side of things, or we want to see a price head lower, institutional order flow entry here, and then us continue on higher. One thing we have noted down here, and I've noted this earlier in the stream, is that from this low to this swing high, roughly, I'm using the bodies of the candles right now. The equilibrium point below there, you can kind of see that 50% mark is at this area here. Well, there's a 15-minute fair value gap down there, as well as a 15-minute bullish order block. So I would love if we could head down there, but I mean, we'll see. 42 watching. Oh, that's cool. Cooper, yeah, I know it's all right. Yeah, I mean, Taiwan's night markets, China's night markets. There's nothing like eating food there. I would love to go back. I've only been to Taiwan. I've only been to Xiamen, China, on the airport there. So I can't wait to go back. Maybe I'll buy some Mo Tai on the way back and come have a few drinks. Maybe if we have a big enough Chinese following, we can make a trip out to China and have some trading talks there. We'll see. That'd be super dope. It's very cool. Hydra and his 600 viewers are what? Hydra? Oh shoot. I need to go check Hydra out then. Rabib Hassan, do you know what is Hydra's YouTube handle? I want to check that out. Let me make sure I can find, because that's pretty neat. Hydra trading, maybe? Hydra. Is this the one? Okay. This is cool. I haven't heard well, when this advertisement finishes. Oh, very cool. I'm gonna subscribe to Hydra. I love the gold and the black handles, and he's trading. He looks like he's trading the Dow, and Oh, interesting. He's got a 1 minute inversion fair value gap here. Let me take a look and make sure. I'll subscribe to Hydra. Thanks, Hydra. I don't know if you're seeing this, but appreciate you. I can't wait to view some more of your streams. I'll keep it going in the background. Thanks. Thanks, Cooper. Awesome. Awesome. Well, good to see everyone here. Let me see if I see Hydra's inversion fair value gap. So it looks like he's pointing this out here. So I haven't seen displacement lower yet, which it's hard for me. It would be really cool if this does turn out to be an inversion fair value gap. I'm not as seasoned probably as Hydra, but I'm still. I mean, I know we took this hourly order block here, but I do see some buy side left, and it's hard for me to think that in a trending market like this that we don't take out 16122.50 here. So let me check the chat here. That's how I know you, Iri, Shalili, Fady, Sparkle, KPI Trading. Awesome. Well, I'm really blessed to see you here. He was asking who else is trading ICT. Markovich, thanks. Appreciate you. I can't. I'm keeping Hydra on in the background. And so I'm checking out Hydra's stream in the background here. So I've got him running in the background. So I'm gonna keep an eye on him as well. I love his setup there. He's trading off a trading view, I think. That's cool. Can't wait to check out more of his stuff. Adwin 67. That's cool. That's cool. I'm definitely gonna be checking Hydra stuff out too. I love seeing other ICT traders and seeing what they're looking at, but and so we're a minute until open. Let's see if we get movement below this low here. I want to see either a spike below here to the upside. I know this is just quick liquidity, morning liquidity here. So I want to see if we spike up, if we take out this hourly order block, pre-open buy side liquidity. Actually, let's call this just pre-open to not confuse people. I want to see if we take this. If we take it with fervor, we're going to 16,094. But if we don't, then oh, there's the open. Okay. So we want to see if this treats as a Judas swing, or if we kind of see this spike above and close above this hourly order block here. So we want to see a close above this order block to continue higher. Yeah, I use NinjaTrader. Yep. Okay, so we've hit that hourly. We've hit that. Okay, there we go. So we should see this continue higher now. Let me make sure I have my open correct up here. I'm a little late. Sorry about that. I missed out on that movement up higher. So now we're at this 16,094 short-term high. So we've hit this 16,094 buy side there. We need to see if there's a reaction here or if we continue movement higher. I don't see any order blocks to enter on, so right now it would just be chasing price, but 16,122.50 is what we've been looking at and aiming for. I haven't taken a trade because I was talking and missed it, but 16,122.50 I think we'll head for Asia high. I would like to see us stop just short of that and head lower so we can pick up some more orders. One thing I would be looking towards is treating this as a mitigation block if we can head back down there. So that is what I'm very, very curious about, is I would like to treat this as a mitigation block. So All right. So we are just gonna head straight to 16.122.50. I guess we're not gonna get an option to rejoin, unfortunately. I would like to see it stop just before, but it looks like it's just gonna go ahead and take it. So we're at this daily volume imbalance now here. And we've more than tackled the inversion fair value gap, or sorry, not inversion, the real-time hour time frame there. So we've marked past yesterday's high now. Here's where we might expect some level of retracement, I would assume. Above here, we have the previous daily wick. So we have this 16,202 as our next target to the upside. With this price action, we need to see, we just took buy side liquidity though. And so now, I'm still hesitant I would be hesitant to short right this moment because of how powerful that move was, but we did take buy side liquidity. So I think a little retracement's in order. Isham, not bad at all. First time I've seen live stream with NinjaTrader 8 and ICT concepts. Also came over from Hydra. Thank you, Isham. Very blessed to have you here. Cooper, Adwin, Markovich, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's really refreshing to see. I actually see Hydra. I'm going to look at Hydra a little bit more. I see he's got the IPTA data range stuff there. I need to fix my IPTA data ranges, honestly. So we've reached this previous day's high. We want to see this now be treated like a mitigation block. So I'm going to be looking for price to head back down. Oh my goodness. Isham, you trade off NinjaTrader as well? That's cool. Okay, so one concept here with the daily volume imbalance, I want to see this trade above it and then come back to it. We have only seen price trade through one way on the daily volume imbalance there. We've only seen it trade to the upside, and we haven't closed on the daily either. So I think we're in a huge premium right now. Doesn't look like we're stopping anytime soon, but I would like for us to retrace down back to this moment. And we can take another long, oh, just kidding, we missed it. All right, I'll take it at this order block here. We're not going to get our entry, are we? Nope, we're not. Adwin, why not take off some of the indicators? Charts look too busy when you're teaching at the same time. Yeah, I know. I know. The only way I can kind of like deal with that is increasing the length of which we see. I kind of the problem with NinjaTrader is that when you set these indicators to span across all charts so that you can see the lines across all charts, you don't get on the higher time frames. They get really mixed, and I unfortunately I like having the different lines on my lower time frame charts so that I can see what's going on there. But sadly, yeah, that is a sad byproduct of NinjaTrader is that there's no way for it to quickly, go back there, go back and kind of be a little more clean rather. But I certainly strive to, but yeah, there's definitely some room for improvement there. I can take out some of the previously moved stuff. Let me move some of these now. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can clean this up a little bit. I can remove an old opening range gap high though. Let's remove this. Remove this old opening range settlement low. And yeah. So there we go. We are seeing a little bit of a little bit of movement back, but I do think we're aiming for that 16,202. But let's see what we have here first. We need a little bit of a pullback here. I want us to come back down to this Asia's high. I want us to come back down and treat that as a mitigation block so that we can enter long next again. I do see that we've, we have this area to potentially serve as a mitigation block as well. But I think the Asia one can serve as a better one because it's at the low of this volume imbalance. And that would mean that we would close below or close at the low of this volume imbalance and take this higher. Take off the kill zones. Oh yeah, the red, blue, green, blue. Yeah, I might consider that. That's a good suggestion there. I use them as a good visual cue of when price likely will speed up. So I like having that visual indication there. Let's see what's happening on the minute chart. Okay, so we've seen some movement lower, but I don't know if I don't really think it counts. It doesn't really count as displacement lower. We see. Let me see if I can pull this in. How to find ICT's indicators on Ninja. Fady, unfortunately, I don't think there are ICT indicators on Ninja. Yeah, that's the bad thing. You kind of have to just make up your own key levels there. Train your eyes to watch the key time zones. That's true. That's certainly something that I should and should do. I kind of wish the Ninja Trader like gave you the half 30-minute mark too. That'd be nice. But that only comes if you expand out largely enough. Okay, so we're heading back down. I want to see us head down to, let me see what this range was from this swing low to swing high. That would not put us in a premium just yet. Or, sorry, in a discount is what I meant to say. So that's swing low to swing high. That would only be a 20% retracement from the low to high. I think. Let me check out what Hydra's up to. So he's looking for a 40-day high on YM. Okay. Cleaner chart will help you focus on key levels. Yeah, maybe I'll try that maybe I'll turn off some of the regions in the future streams and kind of see how it goes. I agree. I agree. It's a little too busy right now. So, Adwin, I like your suggestion. I think I'll try to incorporate that in a future stream. It's a little bit difficult to do that right this moment when I'm trying to pay attention to price. So we came down, very slight retracement there. It's not very much at all. Um, I still want us to see us come back down to 16,122.50 and treat that as a mitigation block before we head up to 16,202. And I will take that as a initial entry, and if I get stopped out there, then we'll head lower into some more of the equilibrium areas probably before we pick up more orders. There's definitely room down here in optimal trade entry. There's this fair value gap on the hourly that we mentioned earlier. That would be quite a bit of a movement downwards though. So Bentahar, this is special. Johnny Cooks. I clean too, no worries. So let me see on the daily. Let me see what is going on over here. Oh, okay. I see. I see what you did. Let me also do, I like, I was checking out, make sure I have this level right, 16,148.80. 16,148, close enough. So I'm gonna make this available on all charts. And then I need to move this a little bit further, 16,148. There we go. So something that I saw off Hydra's that he did he reminded me about this is on Hydra's stream. He's got these levels here, and what he's done here is a swing grade of the daily wick way back in July. There's a daily wick that I use for this daily prior upwick consequent encroachment. So I can remove this daily level here because I have the other Fibonacci there. And I'm going to remove this one as well because it's a little too busy. Yeah, I know. This looks like a chaotic chart. I know, I know. All right, so here on the 1 minute, we're wanting to see if we start to see, we want to see it dip down a little bit further before 10 o'clock in the morning. And then I'd like to see 10 o'clock reach for the 50% mark, 16,202. I'd love for us to see that. So I like that. Thank you, Hydra. Appreciate it. Thanks for the reminder for that swing grade there. We've hit that 25% area there. Now hide the session colors. I'll do that next session, Adwin, I promise. I'll try it out at least. Because the problem is I need to set those on every single one of these windows in NinjaTrader, which kind of sucks. Johnny, do you forget chat while trading? I don't forget chat. I'm talking to chat. I look at chat when I can, but sometimes I can't see all of the chat. For sure. just right click and start new charts in the extra tabs. Yeah. Then I have to switch between tabs. Okay, so we're at the top of the volume imbalance. So note. Okay, this is good. I think we'll head down to 16122.50 here. I want to see what how this reaction is here. Because there is a range there. I want to see us hit it and then bounce off of it immediately. So let's go down a little bit lower. And come on, give me my entry here. Come on, come on. Remember, we're treating this as a mitigation block for us to head higher. So I want to see price head down there. And then I'll take a entry right when. Oh no, don't leave without me. Come on, man. Let me make sure I have that right. 16122.50. Let's set a limit order there. Or if I see this rise above this, I might take a market order. Okay, we'll enter there. Come on, drop down. Give me that entry. Give it to me. Give it to me. There we go. So stop, I'm going to move to just below that volume imbalance. And we will set our price target up to let's go to 16202.79. If we see that price goes below that volume imbalance, then we know we're on offsides. There is quite a bit lower we can head down towards. So if I get stopped out, there's not a problem. That's a trade that I'm expecting that could get stopped out here, right? Very much so could get stopped out because of how much we've risen into a premium. So this is a play that I don't know will work out, but judging from the trend, I wanted to treat this 16122 as a mitigation block. And actually, we don't even need to go for 16202. We could even wait for this high to get taken out. But it looks like it wants to head a little bit lower first. So if I get stopped out here, we'll wait for equilibrium to get taken out or something like that. So we should get stopped here because unless we see some really, really big chart motion here, we probably will get stopped out here. Yep, there we go. So expected. That's a loss that we expected. So it's within our range. We wanted to see if it would treat it as a mitigation block, but again, we've been at quite a bit of premium. And yes, like Adwin mentions, there's news at 10 o'clock. Yeah, I like Adwin. I like the ideas to clean up the charts for sure. I'll see if I can work on that afterwards. Clean price action will be a lot easier. Let's take a look at the swing that we're in right this moment, though. And where's the swing low I want to take this from? Hey Johnny, Nico. Hey Johnny, I come from Hydra. I've been polling streamers seeking for notes on how to take this on as a process, accepting the fact of navigating a drawdown loss by loss, win by win. If you read this, it'd be good to hear your insight on navigating the variance. Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. Let me pay attention to this trade because we're actually achieving this mitigation block here. I want to see how we react here, because if I see movement upwards, then I might actually take a position here because we've come down to the other mitigation block that I was looking at. I need to see displacement higher before I take a position though, because otherwise it's going to keep on going. Ferris, what's up? Hope your day's going well too. Okay, we see displacement here. We do a little bit, not too much though. Yep, so it doesn't look like we're seeing displacement just yet. Let's let it consolidate a little bit. So we took out buy side. It's hard for me to say, hey, let's try to go for more buy side when we are indeed in a premium, when we did see quite a bit of drop just now. My guess here is that we end up heading back down to that 50% mark. Now, let me do one thing here. Let me take the swing low here to the swing high. 50% mark is just about where we stopped right there. So you can see that. From swing low to swing high, that's where we're kind of diddling around right now. So there is an optimal trade entry down near that mitigation block we mentioned earlier today, down here. And there is a sell side from this morning that we are swiftly approaching, and we have broken through as well. Nico, I'll get back to your question though for sure. I just want to see what sell sides this opens up, because there's this sell side at 16042.75 that we're looking at right now. I want to see if we take that first or if we reverse here and head back upwards. It kind of looks like ES and NASDAQ are doing the same thing right this moment. And I want to see if we change course here. There is a little... So we've taken sell side now, but I haven't seen displacement to the upside again since we had that drop at 9:45 at that open. Okay. Okay. So right now it looks like we're holding this for the time being. Up, we might be heading lower now. Yep. So these are relative equal lows here. So I want to see how price reacts here as well. We are going into the current opening range settlement gap where there's a liquidity void beneath us. And that real-time hour opening range settlement low aligns with this volume imbalance here, and that would be an optimal trade entry to the upside too. So while we wait for that to happen, Nico, I don't know if you're still here or not, but for how to take this on as a process and accepting the fact of navigating a drawdown loss by loss, Inner Circle Trader does a good job of telling people to size down when you take a loss. So If you are trading with 10 contracts and you lose, size down to 5. If you lose that, size down to 2 until you make back 50% of your earnings, and then you can go back to normal size. So win by win, there's also concepts that he uses. I think everyone's a little bit different on win by win, but as long as when you take the loss side, that as long as when you do that, you size down to half of the contracts which you used before. Let me see if this gives me a nice movement up here or not. So we took out 2 sell side liquidities there. I'm gonna set buy limit. Try one more trade here. If we get it, then great. If it doesn't, then so be it. We'll head lower. So Nico, as long as the losses are mitigated well, I think that helps with trading psychology, especially if you're using low contracts. Nico's model, I'm using 0.4, 0.2 whenever below HWM. When above HWM by 1.2% allows you to engage twice that. Oh, great. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a good model for sure. Oh no, this didn't give me my entry. You know what? Let me just market order. I'll market enter. And we'll put a tight stop loss on this one because we know if we're going to go lower, we're going to go much lower. So, Nico, I think as long as you're looking for plays which could net, a sizable return on investment, people talk about 1 to 3 risk to reward. Now we can go move our stop into profit. We'll move it to 16,063.25. Actually, we'll move it when we see price go above there because I don't want to get stopped out prematurely. So we have a 30-point move that we're looking for, and it has the ability, or it has the potential to do so. Looks like, see, that's why we also don't move our stop, is we can get stopped out really quickly there. It's possible that price heads lower first and stops me out again. We did have a tight stop loss as expected. So we'll get stopped out there once more. So that's 2 trades, right? Oh, what's going on here? There's a phantom order here. That was weird. Ninja Trader had a copied phantom order there. Let me make sure I don't have any open positions right this moment. Okay, there we go. That was scary there. There was a phantom position. So yes, agreed. As long as winning covers the back losing, mental game remains. Any thoughts about when one is that place of extended losing, how to come back? Well, if you're risking lower, if you're risking half or at least the minimum that you can with 1 micro. Oh, by the way, we're now at a previous mitigation or previous bullish order block. If we break through that one, it'll be treated as a bearish indicator as well. So how do you come back from extended periods of losing? Well, I mean, that's always tough. I mean, you have to go back to basics, make sure you're sizing down. We just got to another, or a fair value gap there. And definitely don't want to fight the trend here. So we went down into that hourly fair value gap and are starting to see we're still mitigating lower, it looks like. So there's this hourly fair value gap here. That we've just barely touched into. 10 o'clock, so we need to see what direction this wants to play in. So far, heavily to the downside. We've come back to close to opening range. And I'm looking on a lower time frame right now to see if there's any indication that we will be reversing. Looking at where we stopped there on the hourly. If I see some movement above here, there's a potential, but man, oh man, is this pretty heavy to the downside. Let me see how far down we've traded from this swing to swing. So let's blow this up a little bit. So from this swing high here down to where price is at, we've gone below 50% of that range. We see that there's this midpoint here, which happens to be a bullish order block in that's in a fair value gap. I want to see what happens here. Because we definitely barely popped into that hourly buy side imbalance. And we haven't created another lower low yet. That's key, right? So that's something that, from my perspective, I still am looking for indications on if we all head down, what we'll do at that 15-minute bullish order block here, because we've barely touched into this hourly fair value gap here. Negative impact on USD. It will go all the way down. Let's see what dollar's doing. Yeah, it looks like dollar's going up. Dollar's getting into a consolidation zone though. So I think it can either reject here, head lower, which will send indices higher, or it can continue going and treat it as a complete reversal. But yeah, dollar has been rising quite a bit, but it is nearing a consolidation point. So I'm guessing here around this area, we'll see a little bit more serrated movement until we see directional movement one way or the other. This movement down has gotten a lot of longs out. So that's something that I find interesting. Let's see what else is here. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think this this hourly swing here, we're still in the optimal trade entry area. It is risky to take a long without confirmation here, but we are seeing relative equal lows start to form on the lower time frames here. So they can and likely will be broken, but for the time being, we can kind of see them here. And we treat those as sell-side liquidity, right? So I'm going to remove the optimal trade entry time, because we know it's about 70% and 79%. If it goes much below that, we're heading to those London lows. Let's wait and see. This is all educational anyways. Yeah, absolutely. Dollar itself is rising and up to a point where we can see it reject. Okay. So we've been consolidating here quite a bit. So either we're going to go take those relative equal lows. I don't know if you can see them, but this low here is 16017.25. This low here is 16017. So those are interesting to me. Nico, brilliant insight, Johnny. Thank you. I'll keep on polling, and hopefully mental game will come back stronger than ever with people's insights. Yeah, Nico, where are you gonna be posting that stuff? I would love to, if I can help link people to that. If you got a YouTube channel or something, send it my way or drop it in the chat or something like that. I'd love to check that out later when you've got that research figured out there. I know mental game is always a really tough one, especially when you're on a losing streak. You have to, if you're fortunate enough, you've got time on your side. If you're using small contracts, then you've got time on your side, right? If you're blowing accounts left and right, well, you're gonna go on tilt at some point. That's inevitable. So let me see. What else are we able to see here? Okay, so we see that the relative equal lows here are forming. It's got a consolidation range here. We want to see displacement now in one way or the other so that we can determine, hey, we are now at an optimal trade entry area. Could this be an area which we bounce back up to take out the daily swing grade levels like you saw on Hydra's stream? Or are we destined to head lower as well? So the bodies so far have said, hey, we are unwilling to close above this daily volume imbalance here. And so if we are destined to go lower, then if we start to see body closes below these levels, then there's a chance that we head down towards previous short-term lows as well. So let me make sure I move these out to today so we have those as potential areas of liquidity. And move all these out just a little bit. Okay. All right. So our hourly's there, 15 minutes there. And we're still in a range. Still in a range right this moment. We did bounce off of an hourly fair value gap, but we have not seen indication that we will treat this as an area where we can come back and come back upwards. Let me see if there's any gaps. Yeah, we pretty much just came down to pick up more orders here. Seeing if there's anything on the other time frames. Okay, nothing yet. So we need to see price come out of this range here. and we need to see it with some displacement. Otherwise, we will continue downwards. Okay, so we're nearing the top of that little range. We can see a short-term high up here, which we need to break free from. Let me see if I can get this here before we do so. This line here, pretty much. On the minute chart, we need to see displacement above that in order to feel comfortable. Otherwise, you could just reject here. Okay, so we see that price went above, took those buy stops, went into a bearish order block, and potentially is now heading lower. But let's see. So on the minute, there's this bearish order block up here in a sell side imbalance. In a discount, though, is the key. So we're in a discount right now, so I need to see how price moves here. Nico, polling is pretty much part of journal and studies of my own, really. I don't come up publicly that much. I do play a role as an admin and chat coaching some of the newbies. It's called Void Markets. Oh, that's cool, man. That's really cool. All right, I think we might attack those relative equal lows, honestly. Because that kind of serves as a support for, I don't know, I mean, it doesn't feel like we've seen indication of upside continuation yet. I need to see a big candle. Like, I need to see a big, big candle for us to get up and out of there. I wonder if I could maybe put up Hydro Stream. Let's see if I can join it from my other computer here and then put in my earbuds so I can kind of listen to them at the same time. Let's see. Okay. Let's try this. All right. Give me a moment here. Nothing's really happening right now. We're still consolidating in this range. So there's nothing major occurring at this moment. Perception of markets being affected by certain elements, potential outcomes, thought process, sort of be all end all situations. Mental game navigation is what you teach. Good, good. It's a good thing to teach. I'm trying to get logged into YouTube on my Mac so that I can, oops, that's not what I wanted. Give me a moment here. All right, I'm gonna see if I can join. Hydra trading. See if I can join via Bluetooth. All right. Okay, so they took out sell side there, and I think continuation. So now we're heading to this 15-minute bullish order block we had mentioned earlier. That's within the 15. That's within the swing that we had mentioned earlier, from this swing low to swing high. Let me see if I can make this a little bit wider here. So remember, we're in optimal trade entry area. We just bounced off of that bullish order block on the 15-minute there, here. That high was 16,006.75. That low, 16,005.25. So here's where I'm starting to look for longs. Because we just took out that sell side, and I want to see. All right, let's see. I want to see if we can head down to, if we'll treat this, there's a little like fair value gap down there. I want to see if we leave that open now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So buy limit here. There we go. We're entered. So I think that we will be headed upwards. I'm going to set this below. There's a, on a lower time frame, there's a lower time frame bullish breaker here. So here's where I want to see if we can now head upwards from here. And we have a, all right. So since we took sell side here, I'm thinking that we'll aim for this high up here. Next, I guess I can move this up here. That's what I would like to see. And I want to see it done with some movement, some big movement is what I'm looking for here. Since we took sell side, that's what I want for us to run for. And at this time, we can also move our stop now comfortably up to below the fair value gap, which we entered on, because if we come back to that, we will for sure be going lower. So here we go. We have movement. We have movement lower. So now we can move our stop into profit. here. So here is where I need to watch. We can certainly reject from here. So I would be careful. But if we see it respect this, it's going to move much higher, I think. And actually, I'm going to move my price target up here, up to the rejection block up there. Or actually, you know what? I'll move it down to the minute bearish order block down here. We're going to move our stop up to below this. Okay, that's what we want to see. That's good. We have a fair value gap open here, but there's an inversion fair value gap here too. So we need to be wary of price right about here. We need to see if price respects this or if we reject from here, because this is an inversion fair value gap. So we need to be very careful here. If we see it starting to reject from here with some movement, then we are going to head lower. I'm going to move my stops to below one of the bullish order blocks that we've taken, because I'm looking for a price to break 1, 2, 3 PD arrays. We're going to move our take profit a little bit. So we're going to move our stops up to just below the swing low, which is below this inversion fair value gap. We've come through it. So what's going to happen now is if we place through to, if we keep this movement through this inversion fair value gap, we are going to treat it as an inversion fair value gap to the upside, which will springboard us all the way back up. Isham, at least you are showing executions, not like other streamers. We all trade at our own risk, and not to treat this as financial, but yeah, absolutely. It's tough. Honestly, trading live is very, very tough. So I moved my stop up because if we don't respect this inversion fair value gap to the upside, then we are going to come back down. There we go. That's what we wanted. Let me do a swing projection here. I'm going to move the limit a little bit higher, but so we have a low, high, lower, low. So this is a bullish breaker here. And I want to kind of have this up here. So I would like for us to, I'm going to go for a measured move of about 200 here. And actually, I could go for this measure move of 100 and still be sufficient. I think that's going to be plenty fine here. But this is what's what we call a swing projection. So anytime we have a bullish breaker like this, low, high, lower, low, higher, high, we are going to see this treated as an inversion fair value gap now, and we can treat our stop loss. We can treat it, set it to just below the midpoint of our inversion fair value gap, and that should be sufficient. Isham, thanks for being here. Nico, thanks. It's always good to have you all here. Okay, I'm going to move mine to the low of this inversion fair value gap, because we can still trade below there for sure. But I don't want to see it there. I want to see it respect that and head to my profit target there. If it's good, it shouldn't go much lower than 50% of that. You know what? I should stick to my word, right? We should not go below 50% of this, and I should keep it there. So we're gonna head upwards. Remember, we're projecting 100% there. So we're heading higher. All right, Johnny, don't tell audience when you take a live trade. Remember, not everyone knows how to be risk management. Yeah, Edwin, that's a good point. I'm fortunate enough to have disclosures in the beginning of the stream. That this is not financial advice, but yeah, you need to be good at risk management. This is this is not by any means like a recommendation to take a live trade with me. Isham, are you live every day? Any trading in London times as well? Isham, I unfortunately, I'm not, since I work a 9 to 5 typically, I'm not live every day, like live trading. I started, oh wait, hold on, let me manage this trade here. I want to make sure we don't drop below here. Because if we do, we are going to go head lower. We want to see this, respect this fair value gap. Okay, so I got stopped out there. So I was in the red earlier, so I got stopped out in profit there, and that's fine. But because we traded to that, it doesn't look like we will head higher. But yeah, Isham, I don't trade live every day. I am definitely I'm definitely recording price every single day, and I might be lucky enough if I'm not in the office to create some lipstick on the charts, basically. Oh, so here's a breaker here. I wanted to see us move up, so I'll take another low risk entry soon if we can drop down there once more. Okay. Okay, so I see this as a breaker here. So I'm going to, but we rejected from a bearish order block. I want to see how we approach this here. All right, we're gonna move it a little bit further here. Make sure we have this here. So I think I got stopped out prematurely, so I'm going to go ahead and enter once more with this stop below this breaker here. All right, so we are expecting price to head higher. I'm going to set my profit taking target around 200% there. This trade is pretty much, it's either going to go or it's going to stop me out. I'm okay with either, but I'm going to increase my stop loss here. If we make a short-term high here, I'll raise my stop to in profit, and we will go aim for the 200 time frame. Markovich, happy trading, guys. I'm out for today. Great job, Markovich. There we go, and that's what we want to see. Now we can raise our stops into profit, and we will just sit on this until we continue forward. So, where are we here? So now we're aiming for a projection here. We're going to treat this as a breakaway gap, and we'll keep our stop loss to below there. We're going to keep our stop loss to below the 50% mark of this fair value gap. Price can come back down to this bullish order block, and if it does, that would be another entry. There we go. I'm looking at Hydra's stream right now. He's trading the Dow, and his so I'm thinking we can head down here. I want to set our stop loss I'm going to make sure this is a bullish order block there. So we see prices headed over there. We see prices headed down, but it hasn't come all the way down there. We're going to keep our stop loss at the midpoint of this bullish order block, and we'll hold for the measured move of 200% swing projection there. Okay. Johnny, mark your key levels and then keep the chart clean. You'll see where price, what to get to. Thank you. Appreciate the suggestion there. Really appreciate you, Adwin. So I'm so pleased that you don't swear too. Hydra swears all the time. No, that's okay. That's part of Hydra's look, you know. So right now, this minute candle looks like it's gonna head down. I want to see it respect that. Want to see it respect that 1 minute. Actually, I'm looking on a lower time frame, but there's a lower time frame order block I want to see it respect here. If it doesn't, then I might be a little bit more weary. So I'm gonna move my stop loss now to below this fair value gap here. Let me see if I can show it a little bit clearer. So there's this fair value gap. I'm going to move it to just below this measuring gap here. So we see prices respecting that right now, and we're continuing this movement upwards, and we do have definitely we have major areas of liquidity up here to take out. And remember, we got all the longs out on this movement down, and we took out sell side liquidity. So with this pullback, I think we can have the legs to move higher. So that's what we're looking for right now, at least. Okay. So let's see if the swing projection continues. We made a newer high. So we can increase our stop loss now. We should be able to move it to the midway point of this. Let me see if I can. Let's see if we can move this here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want this. Okay, so this, we have a 50% mark here. We should be able to now move our stop loss to around the 50% mark of this bullish order block here. Because we've made higher highs, I can now move mine stop to the midpoint here, the consequent encroachment of this, and be safe knowing that price does not need to come back down there. All right. So remember, this was our projected level here, right? There we go. So we see a fair value gap form there. I'm going to remove this here. But we have 16094 buy side. So we have this buy side being taken now once more. We see price rejecting from there. And right now we're about, this is fine. We should see some retracement here. That's totally understandable. And we're watching the lower time frames to see we rejected from that point very much so, very quickly. But let's see how far we go. We are very close to a 200% swing projection, and we still see that price is supporting this. So now what we can do, we can move our stop to above this, or right below this fair value gap. Now that we've created a new high here, and we have 40 points here if we took profit right this moment. So let's see, let's let it continue rising. I'm taking this profit here because while there are areas of liquidity up above here, I'm thinking that this is a fair value gap that is reasonable to take profit on. I think that it's a decent enough swing projection to get 1 to 2, and we'll see in a moment. We'll see in a moment that we'll head up to this area and hopefully get our price target out of the way. We want to see this treated as a mitigation block. We don't want to see a lot of price go too much lower than that. We want to see some people who are shorting here squeezed out, and we want to see those squeezes turn into exit liquidity for us. So that's what I'm looking for now. And we're going to raise our stop to below this fair value gap down here. And we're seeing price head back lower, but we don't want to see price head much lower than this, where it's at right now. If we're going to maintain our price target, I think price will hit the 70% 0 TTE in 1 minute chart, and there's an order block there, and then price will drop down. It could drop down here even. I mean, this is a really key level, right? This is a key short-term high, but it hasn't. It actually has. There's a little fair value gap here, and I'll see if I can mark it out. It's on the 5-second chart here, and we're reaching it right this moment. I don't want to see it go much lower than that. Oh, looks like I got stopped out there. Okay, so that's it. I think that's all I have. So looks like I did get stopped out there, and it is heading towards this bullish order block here and this fair value gap. It looks like Hydra's stream ended, and yeah, it looks like he's done trading for the day. My targets, I mean, you saw I was in drawdown this morning. We saw the bullish breaker form from this high or low, high, lower, low down below. We took a swing projection out. It did not reach our 200% mark yet. I'm not saying it won't, but it's a decent movement upwards for us to take, right? Because let's take a look at this a little closer. Let me remove this swing projection. Actually, let me use this swing projection here. So we wanted to take this as a low and take this as a high, right? From the swing down low. Actually, let me switch those up a little bit. The numbers will make a little bit more sense like this. So we have this swing low, swing high, and this swing low, right? So we just got to equilibrium on this swing downwards. And so with equilibrium, there's a short-term high buy side. So it makes sense that that we're heading lower from there, because price is allowed to now take it and move it lower, right? Isham, nice trading, Johnny. Thank you very much. No, I appreciate you. Phoenix AVS, my respects to Hydra, and that is all I have to say. Yeah, he had a great trade at the end there. Really cool. He's running 5 contracts up. That's incredible. I'm not there yet. My account's not big enough to allow that risk to be there. So I'm not doing that just yet, but over time you can get there too. Of course, Hamza, you mentioned that price will hit the 70% 0 TE in the 1 minute chart, and order block there. Yeah, it could certainly still go up there right now. I probably just moved my stop up a little bit too quickly, but I also wanted to lock in some profits there. So it looks like it might hit my 200% mark and then some. I mean, we'll see. I suppose no trading tomorrow, so enjoy the long weekend. Yeah, no, Isham, I hope you have a great weekend as well. I hope to see you. I can't wait to see some more of Hydra too. I can't wait to check out some of his content. Hydra, if you're here watching, like, you know, appreciate you coming in and connecting. I'm excited to maybe in the future we'll be able to trade together if I get good enough like that. But he's doing a great job there. He has his concepts down really, really well. His charts are super clean, unlike mine. Like, you know, so So super happy to have gotten the trade out of red. You saw me, I was red in the morning. Waited for the right setup. We remember we had mentioned early on in this video that this, if we were going to see price head down to somewhere before going back upwards, it was this bullish order block on the 15-minute within this fair value gap, right? So those confluences allowed us, and then on top of that, we saw a low, high, lower low into a key level, and then we saw displacement to the upside, return to fair value gap. Boom, there's your breaker. So, Johnny, blow it up, please. Okay, blow up which one? This one? So this, let me show you which one was the breaker. So this candle here, right here, this green candle here, this is your bullish breaker. So when price heads back down into it, we can see that, hey, we had a low, high, lower low into a key level, which is a 15-minute bullish order block within a hourly fair value gap, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, BISI. We saw that displacement headed higher. We broke the short-term high here, traded back down into the breaker, and entered. And that's where we entered, is within just past that breaker we entered and exited when we got stopped out. So while it is possible for us to continue higher, for sure, just note that on the minute chart, I do see we are in an inversion fair value gap here. So we need price to either trade above. So if you can't see the inversion fair value gap, you'll see it here. It's this buy side imbalance coupled with this sell side imbalance, right? So you need to see price really find its way above here if we're going to head any higher today. And possibly if it doesn't respect this and it falls lower, it can certainly head lower as well. So yeah. I think that's it though. That was a good setup. First time I watched your Hamza Zeroya. First time that I watched your stream. I really did enjoy it and hope to see it again. Well, Hamza, thank you so much. That means so much to me. I'm just happy I have the ability to come in and live, trade with people and to test out my understanding of ICT concepts. So thank you very much for joining. Isham, nice explanation, Johnny. You know your stuff for sure. Isham, no, everyone has their things that they see, right? Like, I'm so fortunate that you all connected to me to Hydra, and he connected me to you too. So, I'm actually, able to use my Mac to watch and like listen to Hydra. I know his stream's ended. I actually should close this now, but I should figure out how he does that video stuff at the end. That's kind of cool, actually. I don't know how he does that, but I'll have to ask him. But yeah, it's just really, really nice to see some new folks here. I know Hydra's ended his stream, and with me, I risk 25 or 20 to $25 to make 60. And that's with one micro currently. I only trade with one micro, but I copy the trade across multiple accounts. So I have I would have 17 accounts right now that maybe one account that made $40, but the rest of them made $59, $60. So if I say 16 times 60 plus another $40, that's like a $1,000 day, not bad. On using one micro of all things, right? So this is the power of being able to copy trades. And let me take a screen cap of this so that you guys have this as well, just so you know. I am not messing. So let me block out some key information though on these so that I don't have support getting on my ass or arse about stuff. So here we go. So one contract of micro MES, or sorry, NQ. This allows me to get a realized profit of about, $60, $50 across these. So there's this one that I was in deeper drawdown because I accidentally clicked earlier in the morning on an account I wasn't planning on clicking on. But this, this is on one contract, and if you can do this, I mean, you just do this every day, you'll get there, right? Like one contract, you can eat that drawdown. I was drawn down what, $40 this morning, right? So with one contract, that's all you need. You don't need to risk one regular NASDAQ contract, at least not until your account's big enough to accompany that risk, right? Phoenix AVS, amazing risk management for sure. Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate that. Isham, good job. Thank you, Stock Trader. Go rich slowly. Yes, exactly. You just slow increments day by day. If you look over a month, that's 20 days. If you're able to trade each of those 20 days. Unfortunately for me, I'm not able to. So I have work. I have to physically go into the office on Tuesdays and Thursdays throughout the year. So I miss some of the best days to trade, unfortunately. So my progress probably, for anyone who's watching, I mean, my progress probably isn't going to be as fast as people would like. And so, but little bits over time, it all adds up over time. So we are going to continue marching forward. I have 2 evaluation accounts, which should pass on Monday. So I'll be actually trade copying 19 accounts total, and we'll continue to build there. Yeah, absolutely. That's Stock Trader. That's $2K per month. Yeah. Very, very much so something that is helpful. If you could do like $50 a day, I mean, that's $250 a week. And then like Stock Trader says, that's about $1,000 per month if you're doing $50 a day. And that's incredible. If you're starting to trade, I mean, that's a lot of money. You have to take away half for taxes if you live in the United States, of course. But we are fortunate that we can get a little extra income, and a little extra income is helpful for anybody in this day and age. So I'm really thankful to Apex Trader. This is what I use to trade, and I'm really thankful for them to providing the opportunity to do that. So very grateful for that. When you're here, you trade focused and get results. Congrats. Yeah, absolutely. And the more times you get out of drawdown, like the thing for me is I'm going to be going back and taking a look at all of my entries, all of my exits. We'll take a look and see what went wrong, what went right. So if you take, I'll bring this over for the time being so I can kind of give you a visual of what I'm looking at any given time of day. So you can kind of see how some of my trades, these are the executions. I don't have too many executions, right? So I just have a failed attempt at hitting this early mitigation block and premium. I'll go back tonight and say, oh, why did I take this mitigation block? It's in the premium. I will not do that. No need to do that again. I'm glad I saw that as a potential, but this trade did not work out for me. Great. No big deal, right? Let's find the next one. What was the next one? Well, we knew there's sell side liquidity over here, the relative equal lows, right? And we also knew that there were bullish order blocks here, which we traded below here. We had a bullish order block, and we took that kind of a, let me see if I can swing this one out. Low, high, lower, low. And that actually hit a discount bullish order block, but then we failed. Right when we got to this point, we failed. So what else could it go for? Well, we created lower lows. We created a kind of like support, quote unquote, here. This got traders to go long. We completely act and, you know, stopped all of them out here, allowed us to see movement upwards here. We took a long here at this fair value gap, and we can see that execution here. We took that long, we got stopped out here. We took this long when we saw us get stopped out, but we saw this inversion fair value gap get respected. And we took that all the way up here until we got stopped out again. So this is what I see on the 5-second chart. This is what I execute on. And this is what I'm going to review in the evening, right? Let me look at some of these comments here. It will take 10 weeks, Stock Trader 00. It will take 10 weeks to make 10K per month. Every time you double your account, add one lot. Yeah, exactly. That goes with the risk assessment tool. So I created a risk tool over here. I think it is on, let me see. It's on my play. If you go to my YouTube, you know, at Johnny Lee Lin, you go to my playlists. There's this playlist here. I have a funded account risk management lesson here. You know, you can watch it if you want, but I have this download link here for my risk tool that I created. And what did that tool look like? Let me pause this here. Oh wow, look at price. Let me see price here. So we're heading back down. We'll talk about that risk tool in a moment, but I want to see. So price is breaking through this short-term low. We're fortunate we got out. That's what our stops are. That's what properly trailing stops up is going to do. But we're seeing this really, really head back lower. This is interesting because this heaviness is stating that, hey, market, I'm not willing to go any higher right now. I'm actually running a macro at 1050 to 1110. We're running a macro right now, and we're trying to get to somewhere quickly. So that 10:50 a.m. to 11:10 a.m. there's a macro which runs, and that will set up the lunchtime run on stops typically. So it's possible we run out the lows here once more. This is a singular short-term low, so there's sell side below there, right? And then of course there is this high here, so we can certainly still see some movement above there. We haven't taken out this yesterday's high yet, but we have taken out this buy side inbound, or this buy side liquidity here, and we haven't taken out sell side yet. So it's possible we could head lower, but we're within this fair value gap range. We're still within this fair value gap range, so nothing too crazy there. Okay, so Nico, glad I saw it, but I'll not be doing this again. Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, you have to go review what you're doing in the beginning of the day. You have to go back and at the end of the day, kind of go back and say, why did you take that trade? What about it was incorrect logic, and how might I fix that in the future? So one thing that I do for, and I would recommend this to everyone else. So this is kind of a secret for everyone who's still watching. Let me do one thing. I need to plug in my phone real quick. It died. So let me plug this thing in. So something that I don't show to anyone is my Discord, right? I will give you a sneak peek of what my Discord looks like. I will never invite anyone to this Discord, but I have a daily journal that I keep, and I take notes on what I do, what happened, what I was looking at, what time I was looking at certain things, and I keep daily records of all of my executions here. So obviously you can see my list of trade theory goes down. There's a lot of ICT concepts here. Those are some of my study materials that I have learned on my own, and I take notes on that myself. That's my personal journal though. I will never make that available to people. because your personal journal should be your own. You should keep that sacred. And ICT talks about that as well. If you start to have people join your Discord, you may not be so true to yourself, and you might not be so true to your insights. So, but the takeaway from that is that if you don't have a journal, you should make one and make sure your trades are there. Make sure you can take screenshots and remember what was going on at the time. So let me take a look at some of the chat. Adwin, but what had you missed? What was your draw on liquidity? Yes, 100%. So today, the draw on liquidity in the morning was always this previous day's high. At 7 o'clock, I wanted to come in, and there was a beautiful entry at 7 o'clock. I don't know if you guys all saw that, but gosh. Yeah, there was a nice fair value gap to enter on here, and that would have saved you for the rest of the day. But it's okay. You know, I missed it. It's okay. The open ended up going up to take that Asia high buy side already, and that was a very, very quick move, right? That was the draw on liquidity, and because we have draws even further up here, this monthly premium SIBI high, that was the true draw on liquidity that I was looking for, but I don't know if we're going to hit that, right? It's possible we don't hit that, especially with the strength of how much we've come down. So that was the draw. We hit it already, so I unfortunately have not really seen much movement higher since then. Now keep in mind, we were in a huge premium as well, but there was a monthly level that was drawing our liquidity up higher that we were hoping to get to, but we just did not have the strength to get to. Let's see, Phoenix. Let's see. When you are on vacation, I suggest Puerto Rico. It's a tax haven for many traders. Yeah, I actually had an old acquaintance who traded crypto. It's this Crypto Saber, George. I hope he's doing well. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, this dude was a crypto trader back in the BitMEX kind of like days. So Puerto Rico's great. I've been to San Juan and Old San Juan. There's a wonderful restaurant there called Chef Jose Enrique. Incredible. Some of the best food I've ever had is there. So definitely worthwhile going to. Hamza, do you have any Telegram channel? I don't have a Telegram channel. I don't have a Discord as well, like a public Discord yet. I'm not saying I'll never do it, but I'm only a year and a month into my ICT, like deep dive study. I started last October of 2022, and I've since gone through all of the 2022 mentorship, all of the 2016 mentorship, all of the 2023 mentorship, Market Maker Primer, Scout Sniper. I've spent a lot of time on that stuff, and I haven't watched it just one time either. I've stopped it, paused it, replayed it. I probably watched videos 3 or 4 times just to get the concept, right? So it's been a while, but no, I don't have a Telegram channel. Maybe I'll create one in the future, but if you see somebody try to, scam you from a Telegram channel, please, like, that's not me. I don't do that. I only use YouTube and Twitter for the most part here. And then let me see what's going on here. Missed a call. Let me see what's going wrong here. Sorry, I need to check this thing real quick. All right, phone's gonna be awake. Secret journaling cuts the length of learning. It works wonders. Nico, totally agreed. One should journal everything: books, read, video watched, personal sessions. Else it's a passive programming, not actively doing it for the best. Each trader is unique. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. One thing to note, we just went down into a previous, where was this? fair value gap. This is a 15-minute fair value gap, which we just came out of, I think. Yep. So we see this on the 15-minute chart, right? Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit here. So you see this fair value gap here. We've respected that and are currently moving to the upside there. Still not convinced that it is going to move to the upside, but it is creeping up there for the time being. Since it is 11 o'clock on the day before Thanksgiving, I am, I'm just kind of taking it slow. I don't want to, oops. So yeah, here we go. So it's possible that it runs the 16094, runs this buy side, takes out the 16100 level. Very, very possible that it does that. But for the time being, because there's so much price action, both to the buy side and sell side that I see here, I think it's going to be a little bit higher resistance run. I think it's going to be a little bit more tougher to get those nice big runs today, because tomorrow is Thanksgiving, and we also know that during holiday seasons, afternoon trading volume drops off precipitously. And then, of course, tomorrow there's the holiday, and then Friday is going to be a horrible day to trade as well, because there is very, very bad price action, very choppy price action the day after holidays. So that is something that I noticed right now. I'm not taking any more trades today. I went from red to green. If I have a green day, then perhaps I might take more trades, but going from red to green, no. We need to take profit and stop for the day and keep that win in the back of your head. Keep that experience logged in. I already have a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio for today, so that's great. That's all I wanted, right? Adwin, what is your model? I use a few different models, or rather I look for a few different models. My favorites would be to look for hourly draws on liquidity and enter, seeing if it's supported by the 15, 5, and 1 minute. And then I enter on the 1 minute or 5 seconds sometimes. And I look for similar fractal patterns that support what I'm doing. Obviously, I look at the monthly, 3 month, 1 week, 1 day. I have all those levels here, and you'll see those on my market reviews that I do every Sunday. I do a weekly review, and then during the day, just full disclosure, during the day, I might be at work, but I'll record price action. So, don't feel like, on Tuesdays and Thursdays where I'm not physically here, don't feel like you need to like come watch and support. I totally understand. What's the point of watching on Tuesdays and Thursdays? What's the point of watching it if Johnny's not even here, right? So, Martha Gutierrez, yo, you have live now. Yes, that's true. Let me see what else I missed. Happy Phoenix AVS. Happy that you've been to PR. Yeah, absolutely. I love Puerto Rico. I would go back again sometime. Yenevo, do you have to pay a monthly fee for every evaluation account and past account? That's a really great question, Yenevo. So let me show you. So if you are at my YouTube channel, you can click on this link. It's my link. Of course, it'll get you this code to get 90% off. But when you go down to here, you'll see kind of like the cost per month for the evaluations. And right now there's a 90% off coupon if you use my link. So you feel free to check that out, or you can just go there and use save 90 as well. It doesn't matter to me, but make sure you're not buying accounts until you're ready though. So Yenevo, you have to pay a monthly fee for the evaluation if you don't pass it. Once you pass this account, and let me see if I can take this. I want to see if I can show you what it looks like when you pass. Oh gosh, where is it? Apex trading. Where's my valuation? Where's my pass? Apex, Apex, Apex. Here we go. So when you pass, you're going to get an email that says something like this, where like, hey, you've passed your account. You can download a certificate of achievement there. Let me see if I can get the actual screen to log into. And show you what your options are when that happens. Give me a moment here. Okay, I can't show what that screen looks like right now because I've already passed all of mine. So I can't show you what that screen looks like, but when you pass the evaluation account, then you can pay either $85 a month monthly fee forever for that performance account, or there are lifetime. You pay $150 for the 50K accounts, I think, to have it for life, not have to pay another recurring fee. So hopefully that answers your question, Yanevo. It's a BPR level. Adwin. Adwin, what do you mean by it's a BPR level? If you wouldn't mind, let me know. Martha Gutierrez, saw a couple of your videos and love that you have live, or I just didn't know. Oh, yeah, no, Martha, thanks for seeing those videos. I appreciate it. I hope they're valuable. Let me know in the comments of those videos if there's something that you missed or there's some concept that you want me to expand upon. So Martha, Tuesdays and Thursdays are days that oftentimes I cannot trade on those days because I physically have to go into the office. So I still work my 9 to 5. So usually if I'm taking paid time off today to trade, right? So I typically don't. Oh, balanced price range. Yes. I'm an idiot. Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. So Martha, I can't trade on Tuesdays and Thursdays. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I will try to trade if and only if I can take a break between my meetings. And so it makes it so much more difficult to trade when I'm not taking paid time off. I can't sit here, stream, concentrate with you all here. So during the day, during the week, if you're looking for somebody who can actively trade, kind of like show executions, that kind of stuff, I probably am not going to be the YouTuber for you yet. I will eventually get there, but that's much further down the road, right? Right now, I'm just trying to make sure we build the account while we have our 9 to 5s so that I can kind of show you like, hey, even though I have a 9 to 5, if I'm able to either work from home, then I can sometimes take, like my team sometimes takes a 10-minute break here, a 15-minute break there, right? So I can then come and see, hey, are we approaching some of my key levels? If so, that's where my high probability trade is. Is it at a time of day which is important enough of a time of day to take a trade? If yes, then I'm allowed to take a trade. If it's any time in between that I have meetings all morning and it's like 11:28, I probably won't take the trade. I might be here, check in, but I might not be able to trade. So I'm going to predominantly record price action just because when you play price action back, you'll be able to, instead of seeing a static chart like this, you'll be able to come back to this video and watch the tick by tick how it played out, right? So that's the whole goal for the YouTube in the beginning here until later on when I can live trade and read live price action and read the tape live with everyone like I've done today. So you can kind of see how it's a little bit better when I concentrate here. It's a lot more fun. Adwin, when you showed price drop to the 15-minute fair value gap. Yes. So what Adwin is saying here, so this is an dealing range, or rather an opening range. I forget what they called it, but this here
from here to here, that is a balanced price range, right? This is the range that we're dealing with at the time. And we broke out of that and we're able to come back to that. So yes, I agree. This is a balanced price range. And that was kind of key for us to be able to say, hey, we might bounce from here, right? And not only did we bounce once, but we bounced twice. So we bounced twice there, and then we continued over. And because this volume imbalance from here, this volume imbalance traded up, traded down, and now traded back up through it, we can kind of treat it as a balanced price range, what Adwin was saying. So thanks for bringing that up, Adwin. Once we're outside of that range, we could see that price was willing to come down here, and there's no reason for it to go lower because it's already been balanced out from previous runs through. So where is it going to go? It's going to go higher then. We still haven't seen a lower low except for a stop take, but we haven't seen a lower low on the grand scheme of things, right? So until we see that, we are continuing up to the upside. Let's see. Yenovo, so the 90% discount is 90% of the monthly fee till the account is passed, or just the first month? Yeah, so that is just the first month. So I think it is, let me pull up the email here. So for Apex, there is a flash sale that is 90% off of the first month, and then it's 80% off recurring renewing months. So you'll have to pay 80% if you take this deal, but still that's a really, really good deal, right? So if you go here, and let's say you only start with a 25K account, right? So 25K account, 147 times 80%. So you're paying $30 a month to have access to 4 or 40 micros, right? You don't need, I'm showing you right now, you don't need more than 1 micro to make money on this, right? I'm literally showing you this every stream, every day, that you can make money with 1 micro. You don't need 10 full contracts. You don't need 100 micros, although I do trade them. I do trade them because I know how to trade now. I can pass these evaluations very quickly, right? So, but you don't need that to pass. You can you can use 1 contract a day, go for 10 handles, and be done. How many 10 handle moves do you think are on NASDAQ any given day? There's a whole bunch of them. A whole bunch. So I think that, you know, go for like maybe 15 or so on NASDAQ. It's more like 5 handles on ES and 15 or 20 handles on NASDAQ, really. So hopefully that helps. Martha Gutierrez, thank you. Noted it. You chose the right day to take time off with 2 big moves. Yeah, absolutely. And maybe your model doesn't see both of the moves. I didn't get into the upside move at all. So very, very little of the first upside move. Sorry, I didn't get into the first upside move. I got into the second one here. But yes, Disco, I can't install the copier. I wrote to Apex today. Oh yeah, the copier is kind of annoying. So you have to use, it's like you have to go to this Apex desktop assistant. You have to install that. And then once you install that and run it, then the trade copier will show up on your account. So yeah, definitely it's weird because the install page kind of like doesn't give a clear, like, say, hey, like download the Apex tool, the Apex desktop tool. But once you load the Apex desktop tool, Disco, you will be able to use trade copier. Vincent P, great channel. Do you use a copy trader? I do. So I use a copy trader, and it is this one here. I use something called an Apex trade copier, and I trade across my different accounts here. Let's see. Thanks, Johnny, for the answers. Sorry for treating you as an Apex helps. That's quite all right, Yanovo. I have personally had so many issues in the beginning with Apex that I am now expert too. Just kidding. No, yeah, Apex support is usually pretty good. If you're not like spamming them with stuff, usually they'll get back to you with a good answer. So they're pretty good with that. Okay, so you can kind of see, note how after this 10:50 a.m. to 11:10 macro, kind of like we saw this go down 10:50 to 10:55, and then now it's kind of dawdled around here, stopped a lot of people out. It's really hard. I mean, you can see it clearly on the 5-minute. Like we're in this swing, we are now smack dab in the middle of it. That doesn't seem very high probability move, right? And just note this for future, because the days before holidays, you're going to see some very slower price action once people make all their money in the morning. I mean, I'm not expecting any major price runs the rest of this afternoon, right? So you shouldn't either. If you are trading, be very careful. Make sure you are taking profit quickly and on lower time frames, because you can still make money but taking profit on the lower time frames. So for example, if I were still scalping and I had the bias that we were heading up, right? I had the bias that we were heading up because we haven't seen a lower low yet. Well, what would I do? Well, I would see things like the breaker here. I can note that that's still here. I can note that there's a 15-minute fair value gap back here that I had mentioned. I can look for price going above this short-term high. I see this as a fair value gap, right? So on the minute, what I might do is I might take, because I want to take a trade upwards, I might take this return to buy side at this low of 16,053. And right when it hits it, so I would set a limit order right here, right at that mark here, because we've taken out a short-term high here. And what I would do is I would say, hey, if price gets down to here, I'll set my stop below this candle. So the low of this would be 16,038. I would enter at 16,053. That might be too much. That might be too much of a stop for you. Honestly, this is a really poor one to enter on, because you have to set your stop below here, right? So there's not an excellent entry here for you. But if I were to do that, I would have taken 10 points, and from 54 to 64, and that would have been enough. Yes, it did go up to 73.75, but this late in the day, you have to preserve capital and you go for small wins. But I'm not trading in the afternoon, so I'm not dealing with that kind of stuff, right? So we are disciplined. We trade at specific times of day, and that is what we want. Let's see. Vincent P, thank you. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for coming. Phoenix AVS, I appreciate you. You like. No, I'm liking the stream. You know, that helps me get a sense of like, hey, are we moving in the right direction? Are these live streams valuable to talk through live price action? And I actually can get rid of this now that we don't need this swing anymore. And I can get rid of this one as well, because we went below. Actually, I'll keep that on there, because look at how we've respected that 61.5% mark. So we'll see. I'll leave. Oops, I just deleted something that I wasn't supposed to delete. Oops. Not sure what I deleted there, but it's probably this marker here. Yeah, I think it's this one. All right, let me remove that as well. Adwin, does Apex provide trading view? Yeah, so Adwin, what Apex does provide is a Tradeovate Ninja Trader plan. And so if you scroll down here, there's a Tradeovate version of this. And most people who use Tradeovate, they can integrate with the API. So Tradeovate allows you to integrate with TradingView via an API. So you can actually trade off of that and use TradingView to trade. Instead, if you don't like NinjaTrader, like, I like NinjaTrader, but some people like TradingView more because of how easy it is to change your stop loss and take profit, especially on mobile too, right? So you can use these here. Just note, the lowest one, it's about $20 more per month. So, if a 25K account costs 147, you might pay 14 bucks for that, but for Tradeovate it's 167, so you might pay 16 bucks for that. So it's a difference of like $2 on these 90% off sales, right? So if you use these codes during these sales, that's probably the best way to go about them. If that makes sense, Adwin. I would recommend that, and that's what I recommend in my my other videos. Gosh, where is it? In how to pass evaluation accounts and strategy. That's what I recommend as well, is wait for, when you're ready to trade, obviously, wait for the 90% off sales, because that's where you get the most bang for your buck. And in between then, you can look for 80% off sales. Sometimes they have 71% off sales too. Those are the best bang for your buck. And oftentimes those happen around holidays. So just as a heads up there. Adwin, hope you did not mind my comments to help you focus on key levels. I can't get access to Ninja platform. Yeah, I mean, NinjaTrader, it sometimes Apex Trader funding might not be available in certain countries. So it's possible that certain countries might not be there. They can't support price in those countries potentially. So yeah, I think that's about it. We see price is still kind of moving up and down. Let's see what else is on these. Let me see. I'm looking through, I haven't closed Hydra's stream yet, so I'm looking through. It looks like he's selling a mentorship and a workshop as well. Okay, that's cool. It looks like Hydra trades at 8:15 a.m. till 11. Oh, so he's New York trading every day. Interesting. Okay. So he uses Funded, Next, and Forex Reply. He's got Twitter. Oh, great. Okay, cool. I might send him a thank you for popping in. Might email him. Hydra trades. I'm gonna send him a thank you email for letting hop in. Adwin, thanks for all the info. Catch you next time. Yeah, thank you. Trading right now is very low probability. I don't recommend anybody who's on this stream to look for a trade right this moment. It is possible, but it is going to potentially hurt you if it goes against you. Yeah, so Martha Gutierrez, thank you for answering all of our questions. We appreciate your time and effort for enlightening us. No, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we have Inner Circle Trader. So if anyone doesn't know or hasn't read the bio at all yet, Inner Circle Trader, this is Michael Huddleston. This is where I learned all of my foundational trading concepts. I think Hydra might have looked at those too, might have learned from Michael as well. But I don't know. I'll have to talk with them and see. But yeah, I mean, everything that I've learned is based off of logic and things that Michael has pointed out, and I hope to be able to help. If I can't simplify it, at least bring live price action reading to the table. If I'm not here, sometimes I will take a kind of like one of these things. I might take a note and say, watch, a 16094 high, eyes on that next, something like that. I might type out if I'm not able to physically speak. I might type this out if I'm like working from home but unable to really hop on live. So I'll be able to I'll tell in advance, like the day before or the week earlier. If I know I'll be on PTO, I will tell in advance that I'll be trading live, and to really, really, I don't recommend anybody take any of my trades. That's why we have a disclaimer here. That's why I have, if I can pull this up, that's why I have this disclaimer that I show every single day, because this is not financial advice, and you can seriously hurt yourself if you don't know what you're doing and you don't trade with proper stops. I always recommend trading with stops. I know there's people that don't trade with stops, but my goodness, why? Is the broker gonna see your stops? Maybe they'll expand their spread and take you out. So be it. At least they took you out, and at least you didn't lose all your money, So sometimes I'll do that and just use this text box to communicate what I'm thinking about during the day if I can't go. Martha Gutierrez, what would take you to fully do this for full time and ditch the 9 to 5? Yeah, that's a really good question, Martha. I've thought about this. I think that for me personally, the moment that I can consistently do this for about a year straight, I would say that's probably the key. Consistent win rates across each month, winning months. If I can get 12 winning months and be able to bank all of that money, I think that's where I would feel comfortable, because I would have also been saving up from my 9 to 5 to like really build up the emergency fund, build up, enough for rent, food, gas, utilities, that kind of stuff. Budget all of that out and then say, hey, healthcare, dental, eyesight. There's a lot of things that you lose when you leave a good, solid employer, right? So you want to make sure that when you're ready to transition, it's in an area of full abundance. It's like you have seen everything that there is to see. You've seen, and what your model is. You've seen it a billion times. It's boring for you to look for it, but when you see it, you're like, oh, that's going to be it. That's a bullish breaker. That's a 50. That's an optimal trade entry and a bullish breaker in it on a bullish order block, and we're higher time frame bullish. I'm going to take it. You need to know those things innately before you get even close to leaving, because once you study and once you get that aspect down, the money is going to come pretty easily outside of that, right? But yeah, for me personally, it would take about 12 straight months of winning months, and I would like just a monetary goal. If I can extract about 1,000 a day, kind of like today, for example. Today, what was it? What was the average? About 16 accounts times $60 per account plus 40. So today was $1,000 day. That was the goal for today, and that's what I would look for. If I can do that, what is that a year? 252 trading days a year is 252,000, right? So that's not bad if you don't live in the San Francisco Bay. But you could just go join Google and make more than trading if that's the case. But do you get doubters from family or friends for day trading? All the time, Martha. All the time. But at some point, you need to really internalize like, hey, why are you doing this? Do I, maybe you are burnt out at the job. Maybe you got passed up, for promotions. Maybe you're just looking and you're interested in learning how to gain this skill because this is a learnable skill, 100%. Whatever it is, your drive, you know, your drive needs to supersede the comments, both positive and negative, that you get from outside, from inner circle folks. And you need to know that, hey, this is what you want to do. This is interesting enough for you to spend the nights, the evenings away from family, away from friends, and just studying. Like a lot of people don't see the difficult path ahead when you're just starting to learn this stuff. You don't see the hours that you put in studying, poring over notes, trying to see and backtest a model that Michael Huddleston or somebody else told you, in looking back across a year or two's worth of data for those same setups. You don't see that backtesting. You don't see the time invested after work, 9 to 5, make some dinner, hang out with your significant others. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock rolls around, 10 p.m. You're studying till 12, 1, 2, sleeping, waking up, doing it again, right? You don't see a lot of that. That's what I had to do since October of last year. That's what I did on the weekends. Yeah, you go out with some friends every once in a while, but no more drinking, no more smoking the weed or anything like that. I mean, not that I did anyways, but zero alcohol, zero, cannabis or drugs or whatever, and just focus, right? You just need focus, focus time. Go heavy, go deep. And if you can do that over the course of a year, 6 months to 12 months, you're going to see, and trading demo too. Don't trade live accounts before you're ready. Use the time to really cultivate yourself and grow like, do that turtle's pace, go at a turtle's pace and grow, because when you can get good at this on a demo account, like simulation, and simulate like live accounts too, simulate exactly how you would trade if you were trading a live account. Because if you try to simulate $500,000 or something like that, it doesn't make sense to you. It's not real money anyway, so it won't make sense to you. Only you will know when you're ready to really go trade, right? So don't trade before you're ready, because that will greatly. I didn't understand this. I wish somebody had drilled this into me earlier. Don't try and trade before you're ready, because the losses of real money, even if it's an evaluation account, the losses of real money takes a toll on you mentally, so much that you question whether or not your setups that you thought you saw, even if it failed once time, you question yourself, right? But in the grand scheme of things, trading is all about taking higher probability trades than others. You're not going to win 100% of the time. So hope that helps. I mean, you have to remove doubters, Martha. At the end of the day, you got to remove. You don't have to remove them from your life. You need to communicate that, hey, like, either use it as fuel and say, hey, thank you for hating. I'm going to use it as fuel, and I'm going to get so good that you'll have to agree eventually that this is the right move. Or if they are very, very negative over time, they're not supportive, you have to communicate with them first and say, hey, like, you're not, this is something I want to do. And if you don't support me, that's fine. Just, I don't need to hear it, right? If you do, I'll just stop listening to you. You can tell that to your friends, right? So, yeah. So you have to keep your headspace in a very positive space. If you don't, you're going to be in some trouble. So Kevin Zhu, how old are you, by the way, if you don't mind? I am in my late 30s. Kind of insane, right? So I'm super old. You have kids these days that are like, in their 18 years old, making like Paladin Bucha. He's making like, $100,000 per payout on FTMO and stuff like that. But that's okay. You just have to be really have to be happy for them. Kind of be happy for those people, be happy for what they've accomplished at such an early age, and be happy for yourself that you're on this journey to trade, right? Not a lot of people are on this. I mean, you might see a lot of people are trying to do this, but I mean, how many of those people peter out and fail after 3 months, after 1 month, after losing $100, $300, $500, $1,000, right? It's going to cost you. It's going to cost you to learn this industry, but it's definitely worthwhile. Oh, thank you. It's good genes, maybe. Let's see. Martha, thank you. Mental part of trading is what I'm working really, really hard to get it down. Yeah. There is, I don't remember which lesson it is, but there is a way to properly journal, and I think it's in one of ICT's core content, if I recall correctly. Let me see if I can find it for you. Don't remember which one it is, actually. This one, let's see, premium market, liquidity runs, growing small accounts. Okay, so I don't know, Martha, if you're an inner circle trader, if you're willing to rethink completely how you trade, but if you're willing to go deep and completely change, forget what you knew about retail and go straight like deep into inner circle trader. In his core contents, which is the 2016 mentorship content month 2, there's a great amount of lessons of like how you think about trades, and I think that would help out greatly. There are other lessons as well on how to journal, but I just don't know where they are right now. I think there's some in the 2023 content, but I just can't find it. It'd be a lot to look through. Oh, is it in the Market Maker series? Interesting. Let me take a look. Market Maker Forex series, Market Maker Primer. Understanding bias, trading key swing points, intro, trade psychology, and effective journaling. Nico, killing it. Dude, you are on point. Yes, trade psychology and effective journaling. So if you search up Market Maker Primer course, this is one of the best ones to get started in. What new traders should focus on? One of the best ones to start in. Awesome. Nico, you rock, man. Thanks. Man, I don't know how you remembered that. That's incredible. So let's see. Phoenix, AVS, Johnny Lynn, I stopped telling friends and family what I do for a living and gain mental peace. Yes, that's incredible, man. The only ones that are talking about it haven't figured out how to do it yet. The ones that figured out how to do it are just doing it. You don't see them talking shit about so and so retail, blah blah blah. They're just doing it because they don't care. They care about their craft, and that's how you should be, right? Yeah. Nico, Market Maker series, there's a ton of them. He's asking for notes all the time, but the one right there is pretty good. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Nico's right. There's multiple times where Michael or ICT talks about journaling properly. So Yanevo, do you trade Forex or just indices? I only trade indices, but I know there's friends of mine that trade Forex as well. They do just fine. They see some pretty wicked moves on Forex. So maybe I'll trade Forex someday, but I want to focus. My main focus is NASDAQ. I like NASDAQ. I like the way it moves. I understand it a little bit more now that I've been immersed in it. So I only need to focus on one. I will sometimes trade ES and oil, CL as well. CL's crazy time. I would not recommend you trade that until you get really good at trading because you can have some massive wins, but some major windfalls too. Um, okay, let's see. I've through as much as you. Oh, you've studied as much as you and maybe even more. Yeah, no, Nico, I don't doubt it. There's so much stuff on there. Um, Trying to remember it all, commit it all to memory and recognize it is so difficult because there's so much material there. Um, Yanevo ICT 2023, he has a video on journaling as well. Yep, that's right, he does. ICTologist here. That's dope, man. That's cool. So that's really neat, man. Hamza Zurioa, well, you still look young. You have very good positive energy. Oh, thank you, thank you. And that's the most important thing. Thank you for the mental part and how to change your trade. It was a lot of info in one stream. Thank you. No, I'm really happy to have you all here. I mean, I think I have to thank Markovitz. I don't know if you're still here, but Markovitz, appreciate you dropping me into Hydra's stream. I think I've heard of Hydra on Twitter actually. He might have been on some Twitter Spaces, probably with Jade Cap and Paladin, other ICT students too. I'll have to go back and look. When we're done trading today, I'll take a look. But look at price action. Look at what it's done here. Just blah, just chilling, you know. Nothing super high probability, but I mean, in every single one of these, there's certainly areas if you have the bias right, correct? So remember, bullish fair value gaps, buy side imbalance, right? It just takes a lot longer. Remember I had mentioned this was entering an area of high resistance movement. So, and you can kind of see the midpoint here of that. Kind of respected that midpoint there as well. So yeah, I mean, it does look like there are still some trades, but it is there's just been too much movement up and down and up and down here that it is very tricky for us to do that. So now we're at 11:50. The question is, do we go for lunch, a run on lunchtime high, lunchtime run on highs? So this area here is buy side liquidity. And we see that each of these 1 minutes has been respected. We see that the 15-minute respected the 15-minute fair value gap, candle close, right? So remember, we're looking at the bodies. Did they respect these fair value gaps? They did. So what happens next? Do we see a run on highs? Maybe. Let me see if there's anything on the lower time frames. Yeah, lower time frames could have nabbed maybe 10 points here, 10 points there. 76, 66, 76. Yeah, so these lunchtime runs, they're like 10-point runs. They're nothing big, nothing too crazy. But it does look like we're gonna eventually run on lunchtime runs. One consideration though that I see here, there is relative kind of like a rejection block here as a potential, but it's not at the very high. Oh, that's so funny. So I place this at the high of this here. You kind of notice how prices reacted at that rejection block there. So that's one of the price levels. In ICT's training, you'll learn about different, equilibrium, premium, discount, which type of tools to look for when, how you look for mitigation blocks first, then breakers, then liquidity voids, then fair value gaps, and then bearish order blocks, rejection blocks, and then short-term highs or lows, or highs or lows. So price doesn't have to always head up to short-term highs buy side. they can always, potentially reject or see some sort of movement at key levels. Now, it does look like this is going for its lunchtime run on highs, so I would venture to say that this high is likely going to be, what is this? 16,099. 16,099. I would like to see us break above this and use this as a fulcrum higher. I do see a little measuring gap here that I don't want price to head down to. Actually, this one. Let me see if that looks like on the 1 minute though. This one here, really. I don't want price to necessarily come back down to here, per se. But I am noting that there's a bullish order block here, which we went above and traded down to and through. So we'll see. We'll see what price does here. But that 16,099 is what I would look for next if we are to continue upwards. But again, we are on a Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. So we are going to be, it's going to be a little bit tricky. It's not going to be a fast run up there. But we are hitting the 1150 macro shortly. Yanevo, when did you start taking prop challenges after starting your ICT learnings in October 2022? Let's see. I would say, like I would say I started doing prop challenges. I actually started doing prop challenges well before I learned ICT. Back when I was trading using a combination of moving averages basically, and obviously not being successful with that. So unfortunately for me, I started trading a little bit earlier. This is way, way, way back when Apex first started, or not first started, but maybe last, 2020. It had to have been 2022, earlier 2022. I want to say maybe June is when I first started. And I failed a lot of them, right? I failed so many of them. And I got to the point, this is one of the darker sides too, is I got to the point where I failed so many, I passed many and then I failed instantly the performance accounts. And I got to the point at some point, since I was too early, and this is why I say it's so dangerous to trade before you're ready. I got to the point where I'm I'm thinking, hey, is this for me? Maybe I shouldn't be a trader. Those thoughts start to come in, right? Once you get to that point, it becomes very dangerous because if you quit, then you're done. You will never come back to this. Oh my goodness. So that did reject there. So as long as you feel ready, as long as you know exactly what are your parameters for entering a trade, where's your stop, where's your take profit. You see me every time I enter a trade, it's with a clear stop and a clear take profit, right? So, and then I adjust after then. So I would say, go deep on studying at least 3 months, 3 to 6 months, deep studying, deep price action. If you can handle that. I don't know if you're disciplined enough to be able to do that, but if you can do that, at least 6 months will give you an excellent amount of time really flipping through, taking notes, studying this stuff, seeing it in price action, charting, all of that. Now I would say if you're immersed in that, it's gonna take time, and then be okay with not hitting it out of the park in the beginning. Um, you can. I know some people who have. They just stuck with the 2022 model and they're making bank. I know some people that are pulling out tens of thousands of dollars just from using the 2022 model alone. They haven't even looked at 2016 stuff. They haven't looked at any of the 2023 stuff either. So they don't need to because their model works, right? Oh yeah. I'm getting an account with Phoenix AVS. Are you doing Apex? Or are you doing like one of the other like firms like Top Step or my I think my funded for it. There's another one out there. I can't remember. There's a few of them. Um, Martha, love how you don't go for the home runs in every trade, but base hits. Not that you can't do that, but love the consistency. Yeah, I mean, certainly. I think the biggest trade that I had was I think it was a 90 handle one. Trying to see if I remember when that was. That was pretty recently. Let's see. Let's see. I think this was Friday. This is back on November 10th. Must have been a large run on November 10th. This is it. Yep, I remember this one. This was a 90-point move. This was a huge move, so I got a 90 chunk of that. So that's the largest one 90 handle move so far that I've traded this year. And that was a beautiful, beautiful, fun trade. I think I had like maybe 5 micro contracts, 700 some dollars per copied trade. So those are all fun for a while, but they don't happen often. They don't have to happen often. In fact, if there's periods like this where that can't happen, where we have gone on a tear, we've gone on a huge tear these past few weeks, we are in a premium, so inevitably we are bound for some consolidation as we near the point where buyers get a little bit more exhausted. Phoenix, Apex, awesome, dude. Good luck, Phoenix. Take it slow. You can, for the evaluations, if you feel comfortable, you can use up to, I think, one contract of E-mini for 5 handles, 10 handles. You can go for 5 handles and use 5 handle stop loss, but I think that's about like 8% of the account though, so just be careful with that one. But you can certainly do it though. So we are seeing some more consolidation here. We are back at that monthly rejection block. Let's see if we can find, why is this pink line? What is that pink line? Oh, that's what I deleted. Okay, I can see. Ah, that's what I deleted. This is the opening range high. I knew it. So NinjaTrader doesn't let you control Z stuff, so if you accidentally delete something, it's gone. Let's see. What would be, Martha Gutierrez, what would be a good cushion to have in your account once you get funded and start withdrawing? So I think that all depends on the user, but for me personally, you can do a minimum withdrawal of $500 on these accounts, I think. So maybe give yourself, if you give yourself, let's say your drawdown's 2,500 and you get to the main amount and then you get 2,500 more. I think that's safe to withdraw because you have to think about it with in terms of like how much of your account are you withdrawing, how much you have left as a buffer. So I think it's safe to withdraw 500 after you've gained 2,500 in net profit. So not just hitting to the point where it stops trailing you, but $2,500 on top of that. Start taking out 500 at a time, and then keep trading the rest of the month. Take out another 500 at a time. Keep trading the next month. It doesn't really benefit you to remove your leverage that quickly because that also removes your cushion. That removes your ability to manage your loss capability well. And once you, because you'll notice this too, when you have a big enough of a cushion, your mentality changes, but you have to make sure you hem it in to where you're not like YOLOing and thinking you're a god at trading and you can just do whatever you want, because that's when you lose. But you need to just maintain good risk management, take out the minimum, because after three months of taking out the minimum, the fourth month it doesn't matter. You can take out whatever you want, right? So it doesn't matter. So you want to try keeping that buffer as long as you can, and making your losses as little as possible, right? Johnny Lee Lin, Michael Huddleston, way of journaling was key for me to gain mental knowledge. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's awesome. Um, yeah, journaling, the way ICT tells you to journal is really key. Mark Douglas. Was Mark Douglas did he write that Trading in the Zone book? I'm trying to remember who Mark Douglas is. I remember a book I read a long time ago, Trading in the Zone. I don't love that book, but look at where price is going. It's running for those lunchtime stops. Do I take another trade or not? I don't know. That's not my model, so I'm not taking the trade. But return to breaker would have been the more ideal model. But I do think that we might head up towards 16,099 now if we maintain and treat this as a mitigation, treat this area as a mitigation block. So here you might see a run on lunchtime highs. Let's add a entry here on the volume imbalance on the short term. I want to see it drop down there real quick. Okay, we got one entry. We have our stop there. We want our stop to be up here. And we will keep our stops down below this low here. And we'll assume we have a lunchtime run on stops up at the top there. So we'll give the 985 here. 980.5 is what I'll give it. So now I'll be pretty tight on this stop loss management here because I don't want to give up too much of my gains if this goes against me. So here I'm going to, once I see a short-term high built up, I will raise my stop to about $1 above my entry. And once I see this run and respect this bullish order block here, then I will hopefully raise this up to as well. But this might go against me here because this is a previous high here. Okay. Let me see if there's any other lunchtime highs that we could reach. So that's why we don't raise our stops too quickly, because we can get stopped out right there. Okay, so this is a high resistance run. It does look like we're gonna get stopped out here, so we're gonna see this move out. I want to move my stop to here below this fair value gap, actually. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to see a run up further. And we want to see, once we move it to, there we go. We wanted to see that. We want to see movement above. And once we see some fair value gaps open up above there, we can move our stop up to break even. And we can be okay with being stopped out in profit. Okay, so now we can move our stop to in profit. And we can let the price either stop us out or run to take out our 16,099 level. This is the completion of a market maker buy model that I'm looking at right this moment. We might get stopped out because we're right in the middle of a few fair value gaps. So this might be a little too aggressive of stop movement here. I would like for this to remain open. That I have a little fair value gap to the downside here. I would like to see that remain open, and I want to see us continue to make higher highs if at all possible. Otherwise, I'm okay with being stopped out. Oh, I got stopped out there. So, operative window's gone for me, so I'm heading out. Thanks a lot for the insights. I'll make sure to apply them as part of my future trading. I'm glad that Hydra's Live pointed you out. Thank you. Thank you to Hydra. If you go to the Hydra stream again, I don't know when he's trading next, but definitely thank him for hopping over and putting me up. I really appreciate you, Hydra. I don't know if you're ever going to see this, but appreciate that. Oh, geez. Why am I still in a position? What the heck? That was weird. I had some phantom positions still open. That was very strange. So let me check to make sure I have no more positions open. Okay, there we go. Nico, good having you here. Oh, it looks like it's just stopped us out. Might still head for lunchtime highs. Why did it make another order though? That's so weird. Anyways, so price could still head up towards those lunchtime highs. It does seem like it's heading up that way. It doesn't have to, obviously, but it does look like it's heading up that way, though. That was really strange. All right, so we hit this high here. And we rejected from there as well. So again, this is lunchtime trading. I'm actually gonna leave this for now, I think, even though I have a little FOMO. I think it will run for this though. Can't see why not. see if it returns back to here. Let's see a little pullback before we enter. I want to take this up to that 16,099 buy side, but I want to wait for a little pullback here. It sucks that we got taken out there. Nah, this is against my rules, so I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to be done for the day because I lost a little bit on that really weird extra order that phantom order that happened. So trade copy were kind of screwed with me there. Okay. So it's approaching the high from London, or just after London now. And it is in quite a premium as well. See something on the hourly here. 50% mark puts us back. Oh boy, it's gonna hit this, isn't it? All right, so it's gonna hit 16,099, and let's see if it takes it. So this was another example of moving and entering not when there's a fair value gap open, entering too soon, getting stopped out too quickly, and then losing the rest of the run up. So we'll see if we hit that 16,099 side buy side in a moment. Okay. So I imagine we'll head back down to one of those bullish order blocks and then finish off the rest of that run to 16,099. It's about 4 more points there. Yeah, we still have some room up to the top there. And we should see it take buy side here. There it is. So we've finished that market maker buy model. And now we need to see, is price willing to continue creeping to the upside? Or is it sufficient by taking that kind of model there has been taken? I don't know. But either way, I'm done trading for the day as well. I'm not going to give up any more gains like I just did, even though the movement was correct. My entry was incorrect. And that led to a weird, a very, very strange, very, very, very odd loss there. Maybe I just clicked on accident, but it's always something. Let's see. Martha Gutierrez, I'm mad at myself for taking so long to hop on futures. Used to trade stock options and been trading futures for about a month and love it. Never going back to stock options. Yeah, absolutely. You can go back to stock options. Like I will, when I build up enough of a moat, I will go back to longer dated stock options. I think that that's definitely a key in order to make more money, is being able to take positions which are not insanely out of the money. if you know which direction where the monthly with a higher time frame swing is going. Once you learn that, options become a viable tool to continue, and when you apply ICT concepts as well. Hello, you're not alone. The same here. Phoenix, me and S&P 500 have a love and hate relationship. I divorced that thing now and moved to NASDAQ. Hey, I mean, S&P is going to move sometimes better than NASDAQ. So you might want to, I mean, it's fun to watch both of them. I have traded both, but I trade NASDAQ is faster. It can cause damage very quickly if you're not ready for it. So I learned using S&P E-mini I learned ICT concepts on that because that's where a lot of the videos were based off of. And then I moved over to NASDAQ to test just because NASDAQ didn't have any other levels on it. I had to chart it myself. So I kind of moved over to NASDAQ naturally because I wanted a clean chart to start from again. So NASDAQ does move fast though. Picked a few bucks on that micro, now heading for lunch. Johnny Lee Lin will keep climbing in my opinion. Martha Gutierrez, I have news for you. Once you have futures ICD down and packed, you go back to stock and options and make bank because you'll find it so easy. Mark my words. Awesome. Good lunchtime. Good lunchtime thoughts there. So we have hit that 16,099 buy side. I'm not expecting anything further, nor do I see anything insanely high probability here. We've already, from Asia, we've already seen the high taken. Probably will continue creeping upwards, or it could just consolidate for the rest of the day, given that it is a trading a holiday tomorrow. So I am not looking for any major big plays right here. If anything, I would like for us to head down, take out some of these short-term lows, but we'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna get going though. I need to go prep something for lunch. It does look like we are heading lower. We see displacement to a bullish order block on the 5-minute. We need to see if that holds or not. But notice how we rejected at that level though, 16,099. Notice how we rejected there. So we just got down to a relative equal high or relative equal low there. And that would have been a nice little 20-point ride down there. We did see displacement and it is continuing, it looks like. If we continue lower from here, if we take out this short-term low down here, then we'll head towards these relative equal lows, 15,942.5. All right, so I'm gonna go on break for lunch, but I'll come back maybe to see if there's anything at the 2 o'clock time frame to see if we're reaching for anything in particular, or if we've taken out all the stops that we need to. Otherwise, we're still smack dab in the middle, and I don't like trading right in the middle. So all the areas of liquidity, all the draws that I've seen so far have been taken out. So there's nothing more for me to really see here. And in fact, I can even remove this 16,094 buy side as well, because we've referred to that many times already. Okay. The Asia high is still a reference point because we traded through it and then back down. So we can still leave that there as a reference point. And then, of course, above us, we still have the swing grade of the daily wick we have further on in the back, way back here. So we'll see if we can get above here, but I'm not holding my breath. All right, so good luck. Martha, yep, absolutely. Anyone, thank you very much. and go get some lunch, people. We'll be back hopefully by 1-ish, 1:30-ish to see what happens in the afternoon. Okay? See you in a little bit. Let's get this going again. Okay, we are back and live. Let's see what we got going on here. Looks like pretty much as we expected, nothing has really happened. It's been a slow grind, very slow grind to the upside. However, that being said, we can still see clear moments where we have sell side taken, buy side as well taken. And the process just keeps continuing, right? We don't even need to mark these out now. I mean, we see that once sell side was taken, then buy side was taken. And yeah, all of this was prior targets, right? So let me go like this. I'm not gonna mark this out for the time being because even if we head down there, we'll end up moving that a little bit. So I'm gonna get rid of this one though, not the 15-minute. I want to get rid of that line there because that bullish order block did not get respected really well. Come on. There you go. Got it out of the way. Took a while. Okay. So we can clear up a couple of things on the chart here. Let me take a look at, kind of want to show you how the real-time hour chart looks. So this is how the real-time hour chart looks, right? We started the day off right around here. This was the opening range settlement high. We took out previous short-term high, right? There's an Asia high within here, but that doesn't happen during normal time. So we took out the highs here. We came down and took out not only this, this was the whole opening range gap, but we took out yesterday's opening range gap and then came down into this and did not go any lower. So we left a little bit of that void open there. And we have since kind of continued our march higher. Still to be determined if there is actually going to continue this sustained movement higher, but you can kind of see that there is a relative equal low and a giant liquidity gap down below us. That is one of the biggest liquidity gaps that I've seen in a long time. We will revisit that at some point. We just need the right combination of sentiment and news to take us down there. So watching this on the sidelines, we will keep this on the other screen here. Okay. Hamza, I just went short now after buy side was taken. Great, great. Make sure you look for those key liquidity points, right? So we have, and keep in mind, lower lows are not happening that frequently. So it's not guaranteed that we'll head down into this short-term low of 16079.75. That is not guaranteed. Let me move this up here so it's a little bit. So just be nimble with your profit taking to over lunchtime, and wait for at 2 o'clock. So at 1400, we should start to see some. This is New York only. Yes, this is New York time, Eastern time only. So Hamza, we have seen what I do kind of like about that short, honestly, though. If we take a look at the hourly, actually, we don't even need the hourly. We can use the 15-minute or 5-minute even here. There's no fair value gaps on the hourly. There's no fair value gaps on the 15-minute, but there is one here. But let me take a look at one thing specifically, though. The swing range from body to body would put us at roughly optimal trade entry, roughly, if we were indeed short. Now, this morning's price action definitely shows us a nice penchant of people looking to sell after we engage that daily level there. That doesn't mean price can't come up and continue to make higher highs. So far, it's made higher low, or it kind of did its little thing in the morning. Then it created a high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So it does seem to still be creeping up. So make sure you're taking your profit where you can. It's because it's not guaranteed that it will come down here and take things out. Now, if it does come down here and take out this specific short-term low, and even these relative equal lows here, you can kind of see that, right? There's relative equal lows right around this area. If we go to take that down, chances are we could potentially aim for here. If we take this out, we will aim for the relative equal lows here. That will happen at some point, but I don't know if it's going to happen today. I already took a partial for safety. Awesome. Great. Great management there. And yeah, I mean, that saves your trade pretty much. Yep. So great to stay disciplined there, Hamza. Great job there. So right now we haven't seen, I wonder though if this is a 3 drives pattern. But the 3 drives pattern typically needs to end at a key area of liquidity, which would potentially be this daily volume imbalance. One thing I want to take a quick look at is on this hourly wick. I want to see the grading on this wick. So what do I mean by that? Well, I can see that on this wick, from here to here, there's a 50% mark, 25% mark, 75% mark, and a 100% mark. If we are not going to head up and hit higher highs, we would not see the grading on this 50% hit. So 16,119.25. We shouldn't see this get hit. Now, if we see a close above there, let's mark that out, right? We actually don't care. We want to just this to go for the rest of the day. 16,119, was it? 16,119.25, I think. Yep, 16119.25. So, and let me do one thing here as well. Let me see if I have another black text somewhere. Here we go. One hour up wick, consequent encroachment. And we want to put that there and kind of have that available as a reference point, basically. So I'll put that right there as a reference point. And if we hit it, great. We want to see it for if you are bearish, you do not want price to go much higher above that consequent encroachment there. You want to see it candle close below it, maybe mohawk and spike above, but come back down and target this short-term low, if that is what actually is going to happen today. Now, keep in mind, we took sell stops here, we took a sell stop here, and then we didn't create a lower low yet. We've not created a lower low yet today. So that is something that I'm keeping in mind. Let's see. Silver bullet in 10 minutes. Yeah, one of many. There's macros all throughout the day. I need to actually go back and look back through the macro lesson on the 2023 mentorship to reacquaint myself with what's there. I did see that Hydro makes use of some of the macros there, so that is one area I did not go deeply into yet, but I'm just cursorily aware of those because I have traded those macros before. As long as it is green and positive, all is good. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Hamza's positive. Honestly, Hamza, as long as you're positive and you maintain that, you're good. I agree. Stay green. Stay green. Stay lean. Stay mean. And get that bag. So remember earlier this morning, I said I wasn't super excited about the afternoon. I still am not excited about the afternoon. Trading in this time frame right before a holiday. If you are trading, just jot down in your notes like, hey, this is how price played out during the afternoon. After the big morning runs, this is how price played out. Sorry. So you can see another short-term low, stopped just short of taking this one out. Well, not just short, like 5 handle short, but still TBD on whether or not it will continue down lower. But nice little scalps for sure. And then, of course, we have some more buy side that we can head for. And see how it's kind of just slowly creeping up. Very slowly creeping up there. Yeah, I mean, it's not, looking at the previous weeks, it's not uncommon for us to have some drawbacks like this and then continuation to the upside. As you can see, every single time we dropped, we had some continuation up, drop, up, drop, up. This type of slow grind has been a little bit different, but it is nevertheless the bodies. Candle wicks do the damage, the bodies tell your story, right? That has always been the case. So what do our candle bodies tell us here? Well, low, high, still higher low, consolidation, right? Breakout, impulse move, kind of consolidation, impulse move, consolidation. So going into the end of this week, we know that there's abridged trading. Technically, you can trade futures for half a day tomorrow. It won't count as a true trading day. It'll count as part of Friday's trading day. That's just the nature of futures. But yeah, on Friday, you've got Flash PMI. There's probably a good 10, 20, 30 handle moves to be made on Friday. But if you're looking for a really big prolonged movement, I would stay away from Friday if you or just watch it. Feel free to trade it if you feel comfortable trading it. But I'm just letting you know the volume on these things after holidays and the price action is really goofy. Very, very goofy. All right. About 40 seconds till 2 o'clock p.m. We will see if price decides it wants to run. We did take Asia's high before, and then we kind of left it hanging there. Price seems like it's heading up to this direction. And let me make sure this is on all charts. It is. Good. I just don't see it close enough here. There we go. I have that there. Okay, so we're at 2 o'clock. Price went down, wicked down briefly. Generally, this type of price action indicates to me that it took out relative equal lows here, and it's bound to head a little bit higher. I'm looking at the delivery on a lower time frame. It's not guaranteed, but we still haven't made a true lower low. What could it run for? Let's see. Well, the obvious pull is this short-term high. So 16104 or 105-ish. That could be a next run. It can run all the way up to 16119.25 too. Could be a next run. We have seen 1 drive, 2 drives, 3 drives, but we have not seen a lower low being made. So for that reason, my bias is still to the upside until we see otherwise. Let's see. Isn't there a classic 2022 model on the recent HH? Bentahar, what do you mean by HH? Is that like half hour or hour something? So typical 2022 model is watching to see what happens at open to see what gets taken out first, and in seeing and looking to see if there's a fair value gap that gets opened up after a key level gets taken. So I think that with this up here, you kind of see how I'll have to look to see if there's a Judas swing up there. Oh, higher high gets taken. Okay, yeah. Is there, let me read this again. Isn't there a classic 22 model on the recent higher high? Up here. If it is, if you are bearish. So it depends on what your higher time frame bias is, right? So if your higher time frame bias is to the upside, then you look for key levels to be taken and then displacement and then return to those levels so that you can take it higher, right? If you are looking for shorts, yes, technically a fair value gap opens here, but I wouldn't consider that. I mean, yes, it could be a 2022 model considering the fact that there's a fair value gap which forms and it goes below a short-term low. But you'd have to take in this much heat the whole time before it headed lower, right? So it certainly could. It certainly could. But the problem is you're trying to short into a day and a week that is still technically pointed to the upside. Akram Salmi, how many points do you target in your trading session? I typically aim to risk about 12.5 handles, which is points for those that are listening. I aim for 12.5 handles of risk. And then I aim for about, let's see, about 20, 40, 60, maybe about 10, 20, 30 handles of profit at least is what I'm looking for. So roughly 2.5 to 1 is what I aim for. Sometimes I get less, sometimes I get more. It just really depends on the play and the market conditions, right? So that's what I'm looking for generally. I am, hello, Phoenix AVS. Hello, like Johnny Lee. Thank you. I love you, man. I appreciate having you here, Phoenix, brother. Yeah, so I had a risk tool, and it kind of gives you a glimpse of what this is. I think you can download the Excel sheet from my funded account risk management video. So I'm typically looking for 30 handles of profit because that's roughly $60. I'm risking about 12.5 handles here. So this is the handles of loss that equals this max loss amount. So if I'm only allowed to risk 1% of my account and my account's only 2,500, well, I'm only allowed to risk 12.5 handles of loss, and then I cut the trade. So that's the absolute minimum loss that I can take. And of course, any one of these profits is great, but 30 to 40 handles of profit is usually reasonable on NASDAQ for me. I have had as many as 90 handles of profit. Those are some freak days where it just keeps running, and that happens sometimes. You just have to be ready for it. Okay. What else do we have here? All right, so we see continue to consolidate here. Trend line on the 2-minute chart. Took a scalp out of that now. All right. Yeah. With scalping on futures, you got to be careful you get enough points to cover the commission fees, right? My commission fees, I never strive for them to be greater than somewhere in the range of like $5 to $40 maximum. That means I've traded less. I've taken good trades when I do trade. And in general, just doing a good job of managing a trade well. Yeah. Akram, how many points do you target in your trading session? I mean, some people, everyone's going to be a little bit different, right? You're going to have different handles that you want. Some people go for 10. I teach in my beating intro to valuation accounts and beating them. You really only need like 5 handles on ES or 15 or 20 on NASDAQ, I would say. That can reach about 100 or 250, 200 to 250 to $300 if you can catch those runs. And there are 15-point runs everywhere you go. 10 handle runs everywhere you go, as long as you are disciplined, right? So you'll see this over time. It was hard for me to see this in the beginning, but there are 5 handle runs on ES everywhere. Let me see. Let's pull up a duplicate. Let's duplicate this window. No instrument link. Let's look up ES. So we're gonna take a look at E-mini on the other half of this screen. So ES on the left-hand side right now. On the daily, we see we've kind of like strove for this high and are aiming towards this high now, right? And this is buy-side liquidity. And we are continuing this crazy run up We don't know if we'll hit this high or not, but nevertheless, we're going to look at it. So on the hourly, let's take a look. Was just listening to Top Step, and they were talking to about Johnny Lee Lin, The Art of Following the Rules, impatient with losses and patient with winners. Yeah, absolutely. Top Step, that is absolutely something that should be considered. Okay, so let's take a look at the hourly from today. And we see, so this was the low from yesterday. So we can mark that. The sell side liquidity. As you can see, I haven't charted ES in a while, so forgive me for this. ES on London low today is here. And also on the high end of things, we had this as an area of liquidity on the buy side. And that was the draw earlier today. And then let's move this down. Let's take a look at a 5-minute chart now. Now that we have some of our key levels here. Ooh, this is a fun chart here. Very interesting. Okay, so this was the morning's run. And we can kind of see how on ES we had the 7 a.m. run up. We do see the movement up here, and we'll drop down to take out these short-term lows and the recurring movement back upwards, right? Back down to a bullish order block here. Oops. So a bullish order block here gets respected. Boom. We have a fair value gap. Very little one, but nevertheless a fair value gap here. And a fair value gap up here, which gets traded to, but not all the way. So that could have been an entry here as well. Now we see price struggling to reach this high here, right? So we do see us grinding up slowly though, right? So that's still occurring. 5 to 10 stop loss, 3 handles. Oh, stop loss, 3 handles. 5 to 10 handles is what you're looking for. Awesome, Bentahar. That's a really great. That's an awesome model there, and you should. That's great to see. Is that on ES, Bentahar? Below the ES one chart full. Phoenix. So this is over on ES. And so ES had a similar delivery, it looks like. Let's go down the 1-minute chart. Oh, that's a beautiful, look at that. This is a beautiful 2022 model on ES. Right there. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I don't even know if NASDAQ did that. Yeah, NASDAQ had one there. Let's see. Yeah, NASDAQ had a very small one there. Very tiny one there. But it wasn't as clear as E-minis. There wasn't a 2022 model as clear as E-minis. So this is why I kind of like E-mini sometimes, is that there is a break, as you can see here, break below these lows. So you see a short-term low, a peak high, displacement lower, fair value gap, entry, 45, 75, 70, 65, And then that would have been a good solid 10-point move there alone. And then you could have taken this down to 60 and still been okay. That could have been 15-point move in the morning. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff on E-mini as well. It looks like it's roughly behaving the same as NASDAQ here. And looks like we failed to achieve the high there. So this is interesting to me. So if you can get below this short-term low here, we might actually be able to treat this as a lower high on the lower time frame. And once we see a displacement below here, we could wait for a return up for us to head down and target these relative equal lows here. So these relative equal lows here, target those. And then, of course, what's below there, we have this area of liquidity. And then, of course, what's below there, London's relative equal lows down here. So very interesting things that could happen here. We just need to see what happens. We need to see evidence of it actually closing below here. Because equally as, just as importantly, just as possibly, we could trade just below this sell side, pop up, and then continue upwards and take out that 16119.25. Let's see. Blow chart into full view. Yep. Bentahar, both ES and NQ. That's what ICT recommended. Yeah, you should be looking at both. I'm just not as good. I have many screens. I have a few screens above me and below me, or not below me, but to the side of me. But I'm not looking at them immediately. So looks like price has decided to mess with the shorts a little bit. Okay. Let's see. The last high, he did not touch the 1 minute imbalance. Last high here, didn't touch the 1 minute imbalance, if you can see it. And SP did a divergence, so it was another entry, I think. Okay, so you were gonna look at that as a, let me take a look at that. I shouldn't have closed the ES charts. Let me go back to ES on the 1 minute. I'm gonna look at it on a different screen, so I'll make sure I can see us. Yeah, I mean, relative equal highs and smart money concept divergence here. That was a nice little, that was a good short right there. Right there. That was a smart money concepts divergence. That's a really good concept. Hamza, let me bring over the ES chart just so people can see that. I'm gonna zoom in on this aspect here. So you see how we have kind of like equal highs there, and then here we have kind of like a drop there. So on NASDAQ, that was, once you saw this go short, you could have looked for an entry, a quick entry there to take this down maybe 10 points or so. So that's a nice little intraday smart money concept reversal divergence. I'm not treating that with very much. I don't trade those nearly as much. I need to get better at those rather, but I don't use them in my analysis nearly as much as I should. But yeah, that's a good observation there. Let me see. Kevin Zhu, I'm gonna go short. That, hopefully you didn't go short right there. keep in mind we've not created lower lows yet today. So until we see sharp displacement lower, I would be careful there. Let's see. I remember when I started stock, I had calls from everything trading involved. I was lucky to have a mentor who said first learn stocks, then move to other areas of the market. Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. 2022 model on ES. You can't see the fair value gap on NASDAQ. Maybe so. Yeah, I don't see a 2022 model on. It doesn't seem like a 2022 model on ES, but if you see it, then I guess you see it, you know. Ferris, are you ending the trading day here? You know what? I don't see anything that's high probability, Ferris. So I'm not taking any trades. I am looking to see what forms. I'm certainly looking to see what forms here, just to look, and I'll keep an eye out for stuff until the end of the day. But there's no reason for me to throw away $1,000 day to take a trade in conditions where they're far less high probability, right? I mean, would you throw away money like that if you already made your money and all this stuff before? I wouldn't, so I probably won't for now. Bentahar, there is on ES. It's a confirmation for NASDAQ to go short. Maybe. I don't see strength to the upside by any means, but I haven't seen the key indication to go short that I would like to see. I haven't seen that big displacement that I would like to see, so for the time being, I am still short-term looking for upside. How much is the yearly ROI with this strategy? Ferris, I don't have an automated backtesting strategy type software to do that. So I don't know for the 2022 model. I'm assuming that's what you're asking for. I don't know what the yearly ROI was with that, but maybe worthwhile returning, looking into. I just don't have that data. Russell, hi Johnny Lee, just stumbled upon your stream, really like your analysis. I'm a recent ICT student as well, did the 2022 model. Definitely finding a lot of success with it. Awesome, Russell. Good to have you here, brother. I have a friend that has only studied 2022 model. I put him on that back when he was struggling trading, and now I think the guy's making like, about 10 grand a week at least, just trading only the 2022 model, and it's phenomenal. I love that people can just take one model, go deep with it, and study it and make money with it. So I like learning everything, to my own detriment sometimes, especially with trading and ICT. There's so many different models to use, and you can quickly confuse yourself as a new trader. So Russell, kudos to you. Stick with learning the 2022 model. I've actually rewatched some of the videos back when I first started in October, is when I was trying to catch up on the 2022 model. And I rewatched some of those videos recently, and I've missed a lot of things, a lot of really subtle things that you gain. Once you gain experience, you go back and watch those videos. It is so interesting, the subtle little things that you miss in those videos. So definitely recommend rewatching those because there's some gold nuggets in there. Phoenix, so now with futures, I'm doing the same. Micro NASDAQ first, and once this comes together, I'll be happy to move micro NASDAQ with the bigger price point. Yes, absolutely. Take your time with it. You don't need to rush. You will get there eventually if you do proper risk management. Phoenix, what was the highest price point we can get with NASDAQ? Phoenix, I think that is NQ is a instrument that you can get. I don't know if it's necessarily the highest. Each instrument can make money, like you can make loads of money with any of the instruments, but um, yes, micro Nasdaq is about 1/10 the size of Nasdaq. So if micro Nasdaq profit is $5, then if you had traded Nasdaq, you would have had $50 profit instead. So Ferris, I looked into ICT, but his videos is like trying to go to Harvard. Oh man. Yeah, it can be it can be a lot, Ferris. It takes a lot of patience. And at the end of the day, ICT is not for everybody. There's other people out there that have tried their own take on ICT, and that's totally okay too. Um, I think it is worthwhile. It's definitely worth the time invested. Most people you'll see in retail, you'll find a whole bunch of people who think, ICT is a fraud and it, you know, this is whatever, whatever. Um, and that's fine. Let them, if they don't like it, if they don't want to study it, that's fine. Let them do what they do. That shouldn't impact what you want to do though. If you're interested in it, definitely learn it. But go slowly, go very slowly, take notes, back test, and start with just the 2022 model. And then if you're interested in more, go to the 2016 model. I think ICT himself, I just saw this in a different Discord that I'm in. ICT himself, if you go on Twitter and go back to one of the days, I can't remember exactly what day it was, but he mentions for how to study for the ICT 2023 mentorship, he quotes, study the following playlists: Market Maker Primer series first, Pattern Recognition series second, Scout Sniper series third, then Core Content months 1 through 12. Or you can just jump straight into the meat of the 2023 sessions and study the 2022 mentorship as well. So yeah, there's lots of different ways to skin a cat, and you can choose what you want to do. You know what? There is a book on sale for sale by Lumi Trades where they have compiled the 2022 model. They've done a great job. I bought it and I'm in no way affiliated with it. Yeah, I saw that book by Lumi Trades a while back, and yeah, I mean, if you resonate with the way someone else visualized the concepts, then go ahead and do that. Go ahead and invest in those types of things. I am more visual learner, and so I need to have the charts in front of me. That's also why I started this channel, to record price action, so that later on, if somebody wanted to, maybe somebody missed the stream today and wanted to see, hey, what does a day look like when we have if we on a day that we have unemployment claims and it's the day before Thanksgiving, before a holiday. Well, they can go look up this day. They can come back and see all the price action candle by candle, and they can see it and replay it as needed, right? And they can do that on this channel because I'm recording these every single day. So that allows you to then go back and backtest and see, okay, well, let me pull up my trading view, go back to that day. Let me see what was on the charts. How did price kind of flicker on Johnny's YouTube? I can watch and see how each candle flickered, but at least I can go back to that day and chart on TradingView or whatever charting software you use, Sierra Charts, I think some people use, and then learn and backtest that way, Phoenix AVS, $20, awesome. Great scalp. Let me see. I'm going to draw this out a little bit further. Let's put this out to 5 p.m. It's only 2 p.m., so let's draw this out to 5 as well. And then draw this one out to 5 o'clock as well. Awesome. cool. So we are looking to see if we see displacement below this short-term low. If we do, there's a high likelihood we will head towards this short-term low. Let's see what we missed. The book, everything together in nice format. Awesome, awesome. Michael Tapiero, ICT stuff is very technical stuff. Yes, very technical indeed. But not too technical, though. It's definitely learnable. Definitely learnable. NASDAQ is $20 per point. Is that correct? Yes, it's $5 per tick, which makes it $20 per point. And NASDAQ runs fast. You can go 10, 20, 30, 40 points within the span of a few seconds. So it is the faster of the two. If you don't like price moving too fast, you can go to ES. That's a little better, a little slower. Fair value gap on the 15-minute is nearing. Ah, yes. This is the fair value gap that you're talking about here. Yeah, absolutely. That could be a draw on liquidity there. There's a fair value gap here, bullish order block here as well. Mark that out over there for y'all. Let's see. Oops, messed that one up. Let's load BISI template. Okay. I don't know if this will be respected or not, though. I mean, I do see that this is an open fair value gap with a bullish order block here. So if we go down to this, maybe wick down to here and then come back up, then we are in motion to head higher. If we don't, if we see closes and it closes well below the center, the midpoint of this bullish order block, then we will head lower and take out this short-term low over at the low of 16,058. All right, so there's displacement down, right? That is definitely some displacement there. Finish the simulator for British pound, Japan yen. Simple price action. That's why I'm wondering how much does this strategy provide yearly? Don't know. Yeah. If anyone has an estimate or has done testing, I would like to know. Don't know if anyone here has done that yet, but that would be pretty cool data. 37 likes. Let me change the channel. Phoenix AVS. I have 37 likes, or that's pretty good. That's pretty cool if I have a few likes there. Happy with a few. Nice analysis, Hamza. Thank you for your time, Johnny. It was nice to learn from you. I hope that we'll see you again on stream. Yes, Hamza, great to have you on stream, and I hope to see you again soon. If you've already subscribed, just make sure your notifications are on and you'll get notifications where I come live. I will typically try to start recording by 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern, and then at the evenings, I think at 9:30 Eastern, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, I typically come online to do market review for the next day. Obviously, tonight I will not do it because tomorrow is Thanksgiving. But yes, we'll see you soon. Gideon, Sonyoya, SMT, ES, and NASDAQ 1 minute potentially going up. Okay, let's see. I don't see the smart money technique yet. I'm looking at the 1 minute. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No lower lows on E-mini, but we have lower lows on NASDAQ. Is that what you're referring to? Gideon? Got it up to 40 with the traders here. Plus we are in the 600. Oh, that's awesome. No, Phoenix, you rock. Yeah, it's insane we're at 600. I just remember at the end of August when I started this channel, I had 20, maybe less than 20 subscribers. So, great. So again, we should be heading down to take out this area of liquidity down here. And we stopped just short of it. We should go pick up a few more shorts and then head down and take this out. Got it up to 40 with the traders here. Yes, thank you, thank you. All right, so now we need to see, does price come here, take out sell stops, and immediately reject upwards? Or do we see further displacement? And see how we had this displacement here and we didn't get a chance to come up and come back here? If you go to a lower time frame, once you see displacement here, you can go to a lower time frame and you see displacement in the direction of where you want to go, right? So these lower lows, you saw this create a lower low, kind of like meander around there, and then you saw a big here, these relative equal lows, you saw big displacement down here, and it hits that fair value gap. Well, what happens here? You see a 5-second fair value gap. You can take it short right then and there, and then you can capture 78, 68, nearly 15 handles there. So that's the power of using a lower time frame. NinjaTrader allows you to do that. TradingView, I think you have to pay to get below 1 minute time frame data, but I think that is also that's also one of Cameron's models. So ICT Sons trades with that model where they look for a draw on liquidity on the 15 or minute or 15 or hourly chart, and when they see displacement, correct displacement in the direction, they switch down to a 30-second chart, look for a fair value gap, and then take that lower. So that's another model that can be used, but you can't use that unless you pay for a TradingView account that has minutes or seconds as well, because they force you to go to like the big professional one, I think, to get the seconds handles or the seconds time frames. So it's kind of unfair. And let's see. So we've now broken through that short-term low. So we need to see, does price respect it? Does price continue downwards? If it does continue downwards, then we know what we're aiming for. Next is the short-term low that's down here at 16,027. This is no longer necessary. And same with the pre-open sell side. We don't need these anymore. We've already made use of these, so we can remove these. Okay. So we still see price moving lower. There are no fair value gaps that I can see. Yeah, I mean there's a possibility of us hitting this price range, but it's already balanced out. So if it's gonna hit it, it's either gonna hit it and then continue through it, or expand from there and reject. So we should hit this low now of 16,027. Sarah Z, thank you for your intro to ICT and tutoring. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so we just took out the sell side liquidity here, right? Did we create a lower low on the higher time frame though? No, not yet. Not yet, right? So we can still go lower, but we haven't created a lower low yet. On the lower time frames we have, yes. 8 handles. Awesome, Kevin. 8 handles isn't bad, brother. Oh, that's a smiley face there, not a frowny face. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Time of day. It is now 2:38 p.m. So we typically see a macro also run at 250 to 310 into the 3 to 4 o'clock silver bullet time frame. All right, so we are headed down into this old hourly fair value gap. We only have a small portion of it remaining that we didn't trade to already. So we have this short-term low next that we'll potentially head down to. Yeah, so that was almost a 90-point move from peak to trough here. And that was within, what half an hour? 80-point move, 70-point move. So yeah, there was a displacement lower below here. We see this displacement return to displacement and then headed back short. So this is quite a bit of selling here, and we've actually reached a rejection block here. All right. Let's see. Typical silver bullet, suicidal move on NASDAQ. I saw the silver bullet on the minute. Awesome. Targeted lunch lows though. Hey, profit's profit. Are you cooking turkey tomorrow? I actually have somebody else cooking turkey tomorrow. We are bringing like pies and corn casserole. So it's going to be tasty. I can't wait. It's a reversal for you to get into a buy. I don't know. I don't know if that's a buy yet. That's quite a bit of inner turmoil. I would wait just a little bit. I need to see a little bit more of a disruptive movement upside. But keep in mind, we are in a severe premium, right? We're in a huge premium here. So it's not far-fetched for us to consider that this could be a continuation. I need to see some really big movement to the upside if we're going to consider this to be a reversal this late in the day. All right. Yeah, and if anyone, I mean, yes, I'm on YouTube a lot and I do a lot of my posting from YouTube, but I am also on Twitter as well. At Johnny Leland is on the same handle. On the same handle as I am on YouTube. Oops. Let's go back. Yeah, so FAG entering on the 2-minute now. Yeah, so that is an interesting little jump there. Came all the way back down, took out a rejection block. And that actually got every single long that went during that time. That got them out there. Every single one. They just cleared the whole set of longs that went long here with that move. Gotta get some water. Be right back. Yum, water. So looks like we headed down to 60.015. So that's about 25 point move if you took that long. And it does look like the 15-minute has once again respected that 15-minute fair value gap, surprisingly. Nice. Okay. I'm going to see. I'm not taking any other trades, so I'm just gonna watch the market. Knock out some other things while we're here. Excellent. Okay. All right. And again, we find ourselves right in the middle of our price swing. So lower probability. I don't know which way the market will go. And so I can't take a trade. Let me see what's going on here. Hopefully everyone's able to have a really great Thanksgiving as well. If you celebrate. If not, no big deal. It's an excuse for the United States side to take a few days off of work. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're almost at the end of this hour here. That was a interesting little move, little scalp to the downside there. Looks like it has, for the time being, decided to just hang out around that 15-minute order, fair value gap. Nothing really crazy going on. Russell, we've got our Thanksgiving a month earlier. Oh, Canada Thanksgiving, yeah. That's awesome. It's amazing to trade without EMAs, huge difference. Yeah, I mean, you can still trade with EMAs if you really want to, but use them on like a higher time frame perspective, perhaps. Oh, let me turn off Chart Trader. because I don't need this anymore. I want to just see the price action. Okay. Looks like we traded down to a little volume imbalance that was there. Kind of see that here. Technically, there's a fair value gap right there. Very small. Very, very small. Yeah. So in the future, you know, if I'm done trading during the morning, like I understand why someone like Hydro only trades from the morning session, because then I mean, if you're here in the afternoon, that 2 to 3 p.m. time frame, that's really only other time that you really care to have some big potential moves, right? You can see how price was a little bit faster, a little bit more oomph in the morning. So up until 11 o'clock, you had some relatively large moves. 11 to 12, run on lunch highs there. 12 to 2 o'clock, some high resistance, slow moving movement. And then now from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we have that drop, taking out 2 sell side liquidities. Actually, a third one, rejection block there. And price is rejected and bounced up higher. So, yeah, pretty good movements. I would like to see if we treat this low. So 16,058, 16,058. I'd like to see if we treat that as a mitigation block to the downside. I mean, we did just take 2 areas of sell side liquidity out. And so, I mean, we took sell side out, so it's possible if we don't respect this as a mitigation block that we head higher. But that is what I would like to see. On the 1 minute, I see a fair value gap there, collected with a bearish order block. So if we were to head lower, that's where I would be interested in seeing if it is willing to head lower. Johnny Lee Lin, it's great to work with micro NASDAQ. It's so easy. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can make a lot of money with micros. You don't need the big wig full on contracts. You can make plenty of money with the micro. So, even like I'm only making, you know, 20, 40, $60 across for any one account, each day, you know, and I do copy it across many accounts, but you know, on the screen, it looks like I'm only trading one account, right? So, higher time frames for EMA, that's one chart that has those on my, yep, absolutely. Well, it's been a pretty good run. About 30 handles from the bottom there, 16,015 up to 16,045. That's not bad. And there's still room for it to go up to 16,058 or something like that. But I will look for that to be a potential mitigation block. However, I mean, I recognize we just took sell side. Markovich back for the close. Hey, Markovich, welcome back. Thanks for putting me up on Hydro's stream. I appreciate that. I definitely don't trade every day. This is like one of the few exceptions of days that I can trade live with you, and I hope it was valuable. I hope this provided value to some people who are watchers, and kind of like walking live through price action. I think that's one of the most important things to tape read, and it can be quite difficult to do so, to see what's happening on the tape and seeing what could happen next. It's very difficult. It's not a skill that is gained easily. So unfortunately, a lot of people will probably have the expectation that I trade live. That is not the case. I will trade live only when I'm able to and I'm on PTO, so I can trade live here until I can trade full time. I'll probably just continue to record price action each day so I can come back and review it later. And then we'll see. I wish I could trade with you every day too, man. I love this stuff. It's so much fun. I have so much fun doing this. So maybe someday soon. I can't wait to trade live with everybody. So, ideally, my ideal vision is to trade 7 a.m. till 11 or 12, and then just be done. Go do other stuff. Russell, lots of value for sure. Johnny, seriously, it's nice to see someone trading the same type of model. Thank you, Russell. Appreciate that. You said you're early in your ICT career. I mean, it just takes some time, honestly. It's weird when he says that like things just click. It's true. It takes a different amount of time per person, but sometime, like at some point, things just click. Everything that you've studied, it all just clicks. I can't describe why, but it's just a weird turning point in your career once you've spent enough time with it. Markovich, I do work also, but I think I may have a little more flexibility. Oh man, I love flexibility, man. All right, so I want to see what happens here. Do we see is treated at an immediate rejection, or do we see us trade above this? So I want to see if we have an immediate rejection or not, because this would be something I would serve as a mitigation block, basically. Oh boy. Okay. I'll take a position short. Stop is above this candle. And I will move to have this take profit. Gosh, I'll have it take profit at the low. Yeah, I'll leave the take profit where it's at right now. Okay, so I took that as a quick short. I don't know if it's gonna work out, but I did definitely feel that mitigation there. Did you guys see that? So we'll see if this turns out to be a good play or not, but it looks like it's pushing too much. So I might get stopped out on this one. Because there's just so much buying pressure right now. It looks like it's gonna push me out, likely. Yep, I'll get stopped out. There it is. Okay, so unfortunately, it is what it is. It did not serve me as a mitigation block as I expected, but so be it. Still have about, let's see, what's my profit now after that loss? 46 times 16 plus 29, so about 765 total. So that's fine. Let's take a look. I was just in time to get my buy entry. Move stop to the low of that red candle. I'm using Thinkorswim for charting, and just what I currently have is helpful for trading. I'm glad I still have it. Awesome. Very cool. Oh boy. Try once more. Not seeing enough of a displacement. Markovich, hope everyone had a wonderful day. Trading day. You're out. All right, Markovich, good seeing you, brother. Have a great holiday, and we'll circle back. I'll probably record price action on Friday. I don't know if I'm gonna trade it yet. Just because I don't typically like trading the day after Thanksgiving, and I might have some stuff I have to do around the family. So, yep. All right, have a good day, Markovich. Good luck. We'll see you on the next one. There will be no market review tonight. Nothing until later. So happy Thanksgiving, brother. On the higher time frame, Phoenix micro Nasdaq is at VWAP. What was your entry? My entry was a lower time frame displacement lower, but I got stopped out quickly, very, very quickly. It does seem like it's trying to do something here, but I'm not really convinced. I mean, that mitigation block definitely has been holding, but I am not thinking that it's going to hold for very long, just from the nature of how prices is reacting here. I mean, it's stopped dead in its tracks there 3 times, which leads me to believe that they're gonna take that liquidity out shortly. So let's see. So they're kind of like letting it consolidate here for the time being. All out of the runner. And until we see movement below or above any of these, we can't really take a trade. So let's take a look at this zone here. So we can see how price is just really treating that high, right? 16,058, 16,058, 16,058, 16,058.25. So that is kind of sus there. All out of my runner. It's a happy afternoon. Johnny Lee will also open an account with Bull and Ox at the end of the day. Drawdown. 90% off this weekend as well. Nice. Bull and Ox. That's awesome. Good luck with that one, Phoenix. All right. We have a peak above. Okay. You took out some buy stops there. On standby to see that reaction here with VWAP. Yeah, I am really curious. I mean, it seems to be holding this mitigation block quite well. Still haven't seen what we need to see. Let me see what the fib says on this. Oh, so this is right at about the 50% mark as well. So price has gone up to about 50% from the swing high and low points for this latest swing. But considering we've taken out sell side liquidity already, I am still waiting to see if we get a rejection here or not. It doesn't feel like it's going to reject, but maybe. And we see a big sell out there and it's instantly bought back up. Yeah. Any sells here are constantly bought up, it seems. Mm. Okay, so still within the consolidation zone here. It hasn't broke out yet, or broken up or broken down yet. Ugh. Okay. Man, this is very slow. There's like a smaller FVG on the 5 minute. At this point where we're at right now, we're kind of in consolidation. So it's much more difficult to take these fair value gaps at taking them at face value is really difficult. Russell, I'm waiting for it to drop into the 1 minute FVG around 1630. And go long since it was a microstructure shift after a couple of sell sides taken. Yeah, I'm seeing this as a market makers trying to make this look like it's a bull flag. And then I assume they're going to drop this down. But again, like it's in the middle here, so it could go both ways. I don't know which way it's gonna go. Right where it's at right this very moment, I don't know which way it's gonna go. It has to break through this consolidation. This is not high probability right now. Um, let's see what happens here. I mean, we still are consolidating. I'm probably gonna have to head out of here. I have to go return an iPad mini that I got. Um, there's a cheaper one. Yeah, we'll see if it consolidates into the end. I mean, it's very possible that it could, given that it's a holiday weekend and larger moves have already happened. It could just fizzle the rest of the afternoon. If it can break above here and hold is the key. So we're at 515.15. So here, I think we can now start to. So we've seen a little break above, right? Need to see if it's going to come back to revert. Okay, so we need to see if it's going to hold that mitigation block or if it's just a fake out, right? Okay. So now it has come back. We've seen some displacement to the upside. We see price is trying to hold there. If it comes back down, that would have been a perfect spot for us to fake some people out. It's on my mind that this is a Friday. Yes, this is a Friday after all. We're heading up into a sell side imbalance on the 5-minute. This is a Friday. You remember what I mentioned, what happens on Friday afternoons? I don't. What did you mention, Phoenix? Tell me. Because I know it's not typically much that happens on Fridays, that's for damn sure. So we are at a monthly, 3-month level. Used to be a rejection block to consider. So notice how we've headed back. So we got a lot of people long there. We came back down to that mitigation block. And so the question here is, do we start to see us head higher and take out these highs eventually? What is this? High is 16,104.75. And let's run this out all the way to 5 o'clock p.m. Because now I've received a response from Apex. I hope that I can install the copier ASAP, because trading with 14 accounts is not fun right now. Yeah, Dusko. Yeah, I agree. Trading individual ones are pretty tough. Okay, so we just got all the breakout traders to get stopped out there. And it is respecting this mitigation block for the time being. Thank you for everything, and I wish you a happy Thanksgiving. You too, Dusko. I hope Apex can help get that installed for you. Test it out. Make sure you test it out on sim when it does work, though, Disco. Make sure you test that out on sim accounts first. Make sure you understand how it works, because it's a pain in the ass. You'll find out later when you try to do limit orders and some of them don't stick or get triggered. Then you have like 18 accounts, but you have like 16 that triggered, and then 17 and 18 didn't buy. So now you have a weird mismatch if you don't click close instead of sell or buy. So lots of little things, but you'll experience those as you play around with Trade Copier. Let's see, Phoenix, Johnny Lee Lin. Remember what I mentioned about Friday? No, I don't know what you're referring to. I might have missed it. Might have missed what you mentioned about Friday. But look towards the last 15, 10, 5 minutes of Friday. If it has been consolidating, there's a possibility that things will move in that final macro of the day, especially prior to a Thanksgiving. It's possible nothing moves as well. So we'll see. We'll watch. So it's hugging this mitigation block pretty closely here. And oh man. Yep. So my thoughts are this does head lower and it supports this mitigation block here, but I don't know. It's very difficult to tell right now. I mean, it's gotta go all the way down here for it to even seem like it's gonna make it anywhere. So that's a lot of movement to the downside. So we'll see. Right here. It does seem to be respecting that mitigation block though. All right, that's what we want to see. One final trade here. There we go. That's good. We want to see it continue to drop. I took one more trade here. Hesitant to see if I'll get stopped out or if I need to take profit here or not. I'll show you what's going on here. So this is kind of like what I'm thinking. I want to see this close below here and continue to head down towards this rejection block here and this short-term low. So now it should be able to move this down to here. I'll keep the stop there and let it stop me out. If it's meant to go higher, then so be it. But we will set a profit target right around this short-term low there, and then either we get stopped out because price takes this stop and then continues upwards, or we see price head down towards this fair value gap and give us a little bit of room to the downside. Friday, there's a rally, so it looks like I might get stopped out here. It went to the volume imbalance there. So Phoenix Friday afternoon, you're saying that there's a rally. Don't get in off of it. Don't try to short it. Not advisable to try a short. I'm still gonna try a short here based on what I see. But again, if it stops me out, I'm okay. I have my stops in place already. There's nothing that can be done here that I haven't already planned for here. So, Johnny, have you traded that TGIF strategy? Yeah, absolutely. I have traded that TGIF strategy. And I've definitely made a good chunk of change off of that too. Okay, so if we fall below the previous low there, I can move my stop once more. It's probably going to stop me out with this nice run here. I have a feeling it's going to stop me out here, but let's see. I'm about to get out of a trade. I'm about to get stopped out of a trade. So just got stopped out of a trade there. And it does look like it's going to take those sell stops and go from there. So, yep, just got stopped out of a trade. I want to see how we react here. Oh, don't tell me that just barely stopped me out there before it heads lower. Looks like it had just barely taken my stop out before moving lower. But it doesn't look like it wants to hold that low there. So it looks like it took that as an opportunity to find some more buys. Let me take a look at where the week is here. So we've already traded down quite a bit from the top, and we're well past the TGIF time frames there. Yeah, I don't see anything, nothing really good right now. Okay. So that take on sell stops right there, that take on sell stops got bought up pretty quickly. I am curious if we take out this high here. Okay. So now we've taken out some of those shorts that went short there, made some room, and we're near that mitigation block again. So as you can see, price does seem to be fluctuating quite a bit from there. And it rejected again from that mitigation block. But it continues to seek higher prices there. So we're still in this consolidation range here. We didn't really do much. We just shifted the lows, which need to be handled now. There's now relative equal lows that potentially could be targeted down here. Well, not relative equal lows on the 1 minute, but relative equal lows on a lower time frame. But there's not really a good indication for a trade looking at all these charts. I need to see a big displacement lower if we're gonna have a chance at heading lower. We've already come down quite a bit from the peaks, so there's no guarantee or need for it to go any lower where it's at right now. And looking on the hourly, we still have not created a lower low. That means price continues to support higher prices. I was looking at the video from market maker model. Very good, Johnny. Yeah, market maker models are very important and very, very powerful. They make a lot of sense as well, but they help you frame your trades a lot better. So now we are going to be waiting for the 340 or 350 macro to see what shows up here. Because it looks like the mitigation block is not really, it's always being traded back to, pretty much. So we wait out and see if there's anything during the last 3:45 to 4 o'clock time frame, and that will be market close, and that will be it for today's video. I'll be closing up afterwards, and going to the Apple store to return some Apple products. Johnny Lee, that 1660 needs some love. 1660. Yeah, I mean that's an interesting level, right? Very interesting price action at that level, right? You can kind of see how strong these mitigation blocks can be. I love mitigation blocks as if typically I want to see a little bit more of a reaction from them. Because I'm not seeing as strong of a reaction from these. This is I'm guessing we are just gonna consolidate into the close. I definitely see on the 5 minute there's and on the 15 minute too, there's a gap to the upside that we could certainly go up and fill. There is sell side liquidity below us, so I can remove this and kind of like treat this as we have sell side liquidity down here now, right? So I mean, it does seem to be guarded pretty well. That mitigation block does seem to be guarded quite well, but I'm not willing to take a short off of that without seeing displacement first. And in fact, it could even go the other way too. Apple products giveaway, Kirktown. I would love to be able to be in a position to give that away. I mean, I need to become a vastly more profitable trader before I can do that. But yeah, I would love to be able to do something to give away something, you know, that helps people chart better, or, you know, like ICT said he was going to give away a computer setup or something like that. I don't know. Someday I would love to be able to do that. Okay, so 3:36 p.m. There are a lot of orders above 60 just working through the crow. Yeah, I mean, it's a good place to consolidate. It's right in the middle of our rise up today and the peak. It's right above the middle. All right, so Russell, are you still working towards a first payout on this account? So I had some previous ones on my personal account, but I'm working towards this one on my new business account. Yes. There was a, oh, nice. There we go. We're seeing a little bit of movement. Maybe we'll break above here. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll just return back to the mitigation block. Who knows? Yeah, so Russell, I got tilted early on, and I had a pretty large loss that I was not very proud of. So I'm making my way out of drawdown right this moment on these. So I'm just gonna continue to do that and show that it is possible to make it out of severe drawdown. And I'll have a couple more performance accounts as well that are at normal price. So hopefully that combination of me getting some of the accounts that are in drawdown out of drawdown, combining that with the accounts that are not in drawdown and ensuring that those make it up to payout, I'll probably have a combination of different accounts that get payouts at different times. But yeah, I've already had payouts from previous accounts though. I have some personal accounts that I used in the past, but I wanted to do things through my business, through my LLC, So I had to create all new Apex accounts and stuff like that. So start over, it is what it is. Sold one more all out. Needs to come back down and pick me up. You're long again. Wow. It does look like prices keeps on banging its head up against this mitigation block, yeah. That's for sure. Yeah, Russell, I had 150Ks on the personal account before, and those are still live. I can still go back and trade them and get payouts on those as needed, but I wanted to do things smartly through the LLC in the long run, because at the end of the day, trading is a business, and this is my business, and I want to do it the right way, right? All out. Let's come back and pick me up. Okay, so if there's a macro, we're going to see it in the last, 5, 10, 15 minutes of the day. ICT is with his family right now, not thinking about levels, fair value gaps, TGIF setup. Yeah, that's true. That is really true. You are done. Good job, Phoenix. Good job. Cool, thanks. Yeah, I know my system works, but did a bunch of silly shit and blew my... Oh, no. I 100% understand how you're feeling, Russell. I've blown many accounts as well, so I understand how you feel. At least you didn't get them to performance accounts and then fail them, because then that gets a little more costly. Yeah. One thing you can do on Rhythmic is you can go here if you right click on your well, I don't know if you use Rhythmic or TraderBait, but at least on Rhythmic, you can come here to go to properties, and you can change the display unit to be points, and then you can show you can choose this if you don't want to show that number once you're flat. But I like to show it because it's just better for accountability. People can see that, hey, Johnny's not just talking out of his ass. He really did lose $40, or he really did gain $40. I think that's just good for accountability. Looks like we are heading a little bit down. I kind of want to take this south, but let's see. It's just at the end of the day, and there's no, it's right in the middle of a range, so it could just as easily come back up. Trying to be serious about this now and not work, have a great career in cybersecurity, but this is my passion. Oh, that's awesome, Russell. I'm in a cloud IT as well, product manager, but I'm in a cloud IT. Looking to do this as full time as soon as possible. Yeah, I think there's a lot of other considerations there. A lot of people like definitely want to take this full time. I might take this short here. No, that's the end of the way. I'm not gonna let a Friday get red, so I'm not gonna take this short here. So with a true company, you can use it to, you can use it to have benefits, because once you go full-time trading, you have to pay for all of your benefits yourself. There's a lot of like tricky things to consider. So yeah, I'm with you though, Russell. I understand I love doing this stuff. This is so much fun. I have so much fun looking for the right trade, having a trade execute well. It feels really good and it's fun, you know. So that I think I can enjoy doing. And if it gets to a certain point, you know, if I didn't trade at all in the afternoon, I would have still been up to $1,000, right? So now I'm down to maybe, you know, 700 something maybe, which is still a respectable day. Um, but yeah, I mean, the goal is to first provide some side income and then make it the full-time thing too. So maybe eventually, if I'm lucky and fortunate enough, I like the lifestyle that this can afford me, right? So it's a good skill to have, that's for sure. No more trades, Phoenix AVS. No more trades. We'll be here on Friday in the AM for what it's worth. Yeah, that's great. Friday in the morning, we definitely have some news. Flash PMI manufacturing at 9:45 a.m. So there'll be some little bit of volatility there, but it's going to be a choppy day in general. So just be careful on Friday. We know it's going to be, you know, low expectations. And yeah, that's why I didn't want to go short. It's like stuff like this, we're right in the middle and we can consolidate up, right? So okay, so let's see. We're still in consolidation. We are still here. Let's move this to 4 o'clock p.m. instead. And let's move this up here and also move that to 4 o'clock p.m. So now we have our box range. This is where we're trading within. And there's 0 level of high probability going on right now. Okay, so nothing yet. Looks like we went back up to that mitigation block, sold off from there. Haven't created a lower low just yet, so we're still there. Phoenix, I did what I had to do in order to go forward. Johnny Leland used Sim Plus, the cheap evals, to put my act together. Yeah. Sim plus the cheap evals is definitely the right way to go. The simulation mode is just so good here. I mean, you pay, you know, maybe $17 for the lowest, or maybe $15 for the lowest account, and just use Sim. And then, you know, you might pay $30 a month after that for 80% off. But still, that's, if you're able to trade Sim and trade live, that's so much better experience than watching a chart after the fact, charting it, and then trying to do it live, you know? So good for you, Phoenix. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. Do you switch from stocks and options to a different animal futures? Yeah. Yeah. It's not too bad. I like it a lot. It is difficult. Don't get me wrong. It is difficult, but you can certainly make it happen. So we have traded up to that mitigation block once again, and once again, we've rejected it. So we're tearing through a lot of orders there, and we can't really tell if in the last 10 minutes we need to see a big move away from that in any one of those directions. Right now, unfortunately, on the 5-minute, there's a fair value gap beneath where we are. There's a fair value gap above where we are. So it's not high probability at all. As you can see there. And as you can see right there. There's a fair value gap up here, fair value gap down here. On days like today, we shall think about doing a happy hour with Zoom or Google Meets. Um, yeah, that'd be nice. I don't really drink, so I probably won't partake, but maybe later on once I have a you know, like I haven't said no to creating a Discord or Telegram or stuff like that, but um I'm not ready for that just yet. So in the future, perhaps though. Always good suggestions there. I just don't want people to have to hop on yet another meeting, you know. I would never want to do that myself after a day of after working in IT. All you do is hop on Zoom meetings all day, Microsoft Teams. It get taxing for the eyeballs. Okay, so we're at 350 now. We need to see which direction this wants to run, or if it just wants to consolidate further. Okay, so 350. Okay, we're nearing the consolidation low here. We haven't taken out the low just yet. All right, so now we just took out that low. We need to see how price reacts here. We bounced from there. And we rejected from there again. So need to see if this holds or if this continues lower. So we are still pretty much stuck in this consolidation zone. How did you find out about ICT? Well, one of my mentors connected me with a friend who had been a part of one of the mentorships, and he sent me over to the free content, and I've been studying ever since. So that was in October of 2022, and yeah, I think it was great getting the chance to really dive deep into this stuff. Let me see. I'm gonna take a scalp up. Yeah, I think it was just a lucky chance that I got exposed to ICT um from a friend, really. Oh, Phoenix AVS, you found out about ICT from your regular chat room. That's cool. That's good. It sounds like your chat room is well informed about the trading community. Now ICT is everywhere, I feel. Well, it feels like it's everywhere because that's what we see. That's what we see online. That's what we see on Twitter and all that stuff. a little more so before you left than after, um, but yeah, it's always good to see some up and coming ICT folks. Yeah, so yeah, how did I find out about ICT? I ended up uh from a different trading room. Um, one of my mentors connected me with another mentor, and a mentor who had been part of some of the older ICT. I don't want to say he was a charter member, but he definitely had been a part of some of the mentorships, and he connected me to ICT. Let's see. It does seem like a bit of heaviness to the downside here. I wonder if it goes once back up to that mitigation block again, though. It does seem like it doesn't want. It does seem like it wants to hold here. Okay. Someone mentioned ICT in my regular chat room, and he posted a link. Oh, that's how you found out? That's pretty cool. On every chat room, there's someone that lost and has something to do, nothing but do but lost and talk and post. That's okay. I mean, they're trying. At least they tried, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's not too much going on here. I mean, it is pretty much almost 3:59. Let's see what price wants to do here. I mean, it's bound to keep it. I am long, yeah. So I'm just gonna take a quick. I took a little loss there, but I'm gonna see if it can head up towards that little mitigation block once more. Oh, nope. We'll put our stop loss here. Oh boy. Looks like we're gonna get taken out, boys. Yep, we'll get taken out, I think. Okay, well, it is what it is. We tried. That's what happens when you try an end of day scalp and it doesn't work. So that's gambling. So that's it. Just wanted to see what would happen there. But we did end up taking my stops, and now it's going to go long, probably, I bet. It's past 4 o'clock, though, so I think that's it for today. Looks like I will truly end the day with a very small but still green day. And with that, I think that is it for today. It looks like price wanted to take my stops out and then head higher. But that's okay. That's what I get for trying to gamble at the end. Lessons learned. Do not gamble at the end, right? So it looks like it had just taken out my stops and is now headed higher. So I think that's it, though. Good trading this week. Had a pretty solid week. Gave up some profit towards the end of the day there, but had a great week otherwise. And I think that's it for today. I'm gonna just yeah, happy we're green. So I think that's it for today. Thank you very much, everybody. It was really a fun day to trade, and green green is green indeed. So have a great rest of the afternoon, everybody. I think I'm gonna close down the stream today, and it's gonna be enjoy the weekend with your family. If you've got family and friends, just enjoy the weekend, and hope everyone has some good rest time. We'll come back. Probably we'll see if we can come back on Friday morning, and we'll go from there. So take care. It was fun trading with everyone today. I'll let you know when the next days off that I have, so that I can actually trade where we go again. But yeah, so we'll try again in the coming week. And happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving, Phoenix, Russell. I think there's a few other people watching here right now too. So happy Thanksgiving, and thanks so much for tuning in. Typically we'll do nightly reviews, 9:30 p.m. Eastern every day in preparation for the day. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm not around. I'm just going to be recording the price action on the screen, but I won't be physically around. I think Wednesdays and Thursdays I'll be taking off. I'll try to take off, but I'll let you know the Tuesday before what days I'll be taking off, so I can come here and live trade with everybody. So thank you. Happy Turkey Day to you and your family as well. Really happy that you're here too, Phoenix. I'm learning from you as well. So have a great one. Take care, everybody. Good evening and good night. Stay safe as well. Yep, I'll see you on Sunday. For sure. 9:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday is what I'll target too. Same time as always, okay? Sounds good. Yep. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. All right. Take care, everyone. be safe this weekend and enjoy the holidays. See you around.